Welcome to the Foxhole, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, Jack. Howdy.
We got a special one for you. We are doing good news only. Good news, everyone. I don't do a good professor from Futurama impression. Sorry.
Good news. Good news.
Do you know what I'm
I see
talking
you're
about?
also really close to your goal. Huh?
Do you even know what I'm talking about when I say the professor
No.
from Futurama? Yeah, you don't.
No.
Okay.
I was not a Futurama kid. My friend was, but I wasn't
Okay.
into Futurama.
And the professor was like he always like would enter a room with like say good news. But yeah, that's what we're doing today, and it's like, yeah, I am close to the goal. I do have the donor link for both of us down in the chat.
By the way, Chat, I just want you guys to know the overall team goal for the collective is 2,000. We're actually more than 3/4 of the way. So as a collective, we've raised 1,529,
we're just barely over 3/4,
which is pretty good.
so
Pretty good.
there you go. Well, I know that you, me, and Jazz each set ours for 500 personally, and then I know that Ryder set his for 100. I don't know what Penguin set his for.
I don't know either.
I have no clue. Penguin's just off in Nihongo land, just doing his thing.
I can check everyone's stuff. Let me check.
Yeah,
campaigns.
go for it.
Let's see what the overall progress is.
Is Saba debut still going on right now, or is it over?
Is what?
Saba, the totally not former Shork.
Oh, Penguin said is at 100. So.
Okay.
But yeah, we're
chugging along. We're chugging along. We still have today and tomorrow to meet the goal.
Mm-hmm. I think we should actually drop Jazz's link so that he can be like, "What the fuck? Y'all said 500? Well, I wasn't even streaming," and then we can make him do a bedhead stream.
Could do that.
I think that would be funny.
Let me get it.
I have it here.
Throw it in chat because you're a mod, so it should go through.
Boom.
There you go. There's another one.
If we get that one to 500, chat, bedhead stream.
What's his at?
He's at 280, so he's more than halfway.
280? Okay.
Yeah, he's 220 away. 220, chat. And we get Jazz bedhead stream.
Now, I will say, to be fair, most of the I'd say of the 450 that I've raised, 300 of that was me, and 200 of it was from the match. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, hey, that's still a good 1,000 ish from chat. So.
Yeah, there you go.
Can't complain.
Mm-hmm.
Can't complain.
Yeah, chat's still going to make up the majority of it for sure. So, yeah. I think I've put in 600 myself. Yeah, I put in 600. Right. Yeah, I put in 600. The chat's already outdone me, so good on you, chat. But
that says that the debut is still going.
What?
The debut is still going. This is not a shark. Not a shark. Just make sure I understand who we're talking about. Is that right?
Not shark. Not former shark from the biggest VTuber corpo out there. Not that one.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, chat. A witch earlier when we were playing King of the Castle definitely did not curse me to not say what I think. Or to say what I think.
About Saba?
Huh?
About what?
No, sorry, I was making a joke. During the in King of the Castle, there's an event that can happen where a witch curses one of the players
Oh.
to basically not be able to speak their mind and talk about them being cursed. So the player shows up to court. Is like, I am definitely not speaking in the negative, so that you will hopefully understand what I am saying.
That's fun. That's really fun, actually.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
game
he's
is
like,
that
"Hey,
game is silly.
I definitely did not lose my land to a witch, who I definitely did not make a deal with because I was definitely not short on money." It's like,
Hmm.
something's awry here. I like that the game used vouch to be like, this sounds like course of celebration. To just completely ignore him. It's like, yep, that all sounds good to me.
It'd be funny
Like,
if they like.
I am definitely not begging you to help me. Good. Let's celebrate. It's really funny.
Like, it'd be funny if they like had to do that, but also in Pig Latin,
Hey,
something like that.
easy, Archie, easy. I know you want to play because the puppy is gone.
Just show up the
You're fighting
screen.
real hard.
He's entertained by the screen. He's very attentive at monitors.
Right now he's like licking me. He's licking himself and me.
Hmm.
He's very cute. He was playing with the dog today. I should send you videos actually.
Okay.
I have videos of him playing with the dog. I forgot to send them to you. But
Gosh, I'm gonna be there.
like,
I'm
warming
gonna
up
be
to
there
the
in less
puppy.
than a week.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So
He's licking my arm right now, and it kind of hurts. His arm is his tongue is so dry, and porous.
Oh, so it's like sandpapery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, easy now.
I already have the equipment like ready for the kitty cam. I haven't like set it up
yeah?
yet because I need to make sure that like he's like cool with like the setup before I actually like start bolting mounts to the wall and shit, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't want to do all that and he'd be like, I hate it here. I'm not gonna hang out here ever. You know? It's like, well, I'm not gonna do all that.
As long as it's like in front of your screen, he'll come over at some point and hang out.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the idea. Is that I need to do a little bit of shifting with the monitors, and make just a little spot on the desk for him, basically. So, yeah, it should work. The plan should work. Because he seems like if he's fine on your desk, he'll be fine on my desk.
Yeah.
Like I want to build him like a little ramp so they can get up and down from the desk. You know.
Yeah.
When I say build, I mean lay down a piece of wood. You know, that's what I mean by that. Like, I'm not gonna build. I mean, they probably have like really bougie shit you can buy. You know.
Yeah.
So
as long as he has things to jump onto,
yeah,
he'll just jump up there. He doesn't need like a platform. He's not a dog. he's very, very acrobatic.
Okay.
Very, very athletic.
So he can jump. He can jump from the floor up to your desktop.
No. So he jumps from the floor up onto a little it's like a little I'm not sure what to call this. I bought it at GameStop. It's like a little like mattress like box. Mattress? That's in it. It's like a cloth box that I can store games and stuff in. But he jumps on top of that, and then from there he jumps up onto my chair, and then from my chair he'll jump up onto the desk. But he's almost big enough that he can actually jump straight up onto the chair. Like he tries to jump on the Pathos chair because it's a little bit lower than mine. And sometimes he makes it. It takes him a bit of effort because he doesn't make it all the way. He like makes like his 2 front paws on, and then sometimes he can crawl up, sometimes he can't, depending on how well he lands the jump.
Yeah.
But he's almost big enough to be able to just jump straight up onto the chair.
Nice.
Eventually, he'll be big enough to just jump onto the table.
Yeah, exactly. That's all on his own.
Yeah.
But yeah. So let's see. We have this stream tonight, obviously, and then we have. I know tomorrow. I assume you're doing a planning stream.
Yeah. I'm doing planning stream.
Yeah, I think is this like the last day you're doing the charity? Really? Like, is the
Yeah. I was thinking to do tomorrow as well, but I got bills to pay.
No, I get it. I was gonna say like I would actually say you hit your goal. Like you.
Yeah, exactly.
You're fine. And the charity as like a whole, like the entire charity has passed $400,000. So
nice.
Yeah, that's like the entire charity. So I think you're fine.
Yeah.
So tomorrow though I am going to be doing a special Sunday stream.
Okay.
Where I'm going to stream Enshrouded, which is like a really good survival crafting game.
That's the one where you're like small people and there's like giant bugs, right?
No. That's Grounded, I think.
Oh, I think you're right. Sorry.
No,
Enshrouded.
Enshrouded is like you basically have like these low dead zones across the world, and like once you enter these zones, like it's like a death fog essentially, and there's like special enemies in the death fog and stuff like that, and you have like a resistance level that allows you to survive in the death fog for a certain amount of time, right? So once you enter the death fog, like a timer shows up, and it's like if you're in the death fog when that timer runs out, you die. And
I see.
And you can reset the timer by exiting the fog. So the deeper you get into the fog, the more you risk of not getting out in time. Right. Yeah. And like there's like parts of the fog, like there's like these little shrines, like these little underground shrines and caves that you go into. You can destroy like a fog source thing.
Sorry.
And you can kind of clear out certain things, and like you basically you get that to upgrade various parts of like armor and gain access to different areas and build new kinds of bases, and there's a whole like deep progression system in it, and it has like a really robust and like super customizable crafting system for like buildings and stuff like that. So like you know how like usually you're just stuck like here's a foundation, you just have to stick a foundation, as a whole foundation, like chunk, right next to each other.
Yeah.
And in this, like, yes, you can build a foundation, but everything that you can build, whether it be like a roof piece or a foundation piece or a wall or whatever, they're all basically like pre-built structures that are built out of single blocks, essentially, like 1 by 1 by 1 blocks. So everything is defined by these 1 by 1 blocks, and then you can build you can build a section of wall with a window in it. But that section of wall is built out of these 1 by 1 by 1 blocks, right? And you can even place individual 1 by 1 by 1 blocks, or 2 by 2 blocks, or 4 by 4 blocks, and stuff like that. And because of that, you can like get like super detailed in like how you actually build structures. And it's probably one of the best crafting survival crafting systems out there. In terms of progression and base customization and that kind of stuff. It's phenomenal. They've recently come out with like a couple updates. I'm gonna start on the stream. I'm gonna start from the beginning. I'm just gonna restart because I haven't played it. Basically what happened is there was like an update that I did. I like knocked it out in a weekend, and then I put it down for like months. And then I went back to it and I was like, fuck, I don't remember like how to play this game, where I am in the progression, what the hell I'm doing. I just couldn't remember. And so I was like, I think I'm just going to start over. And so I was like, okay, I might as well do that on the stream. So that's what I'm going to stream tomorrow.
Yeah. That sounds fun.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. So I'm going to be doing that. And then I might also, if I get bored with it, I might actually stream some Legends of Runeterra as well. I don't know, but we'll see. I'm just gonna. I don't even have a time or a thumbnail or a rating room up for that stream because I honestly don't know when it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen sometime in the afternoon. That's all I know. Hi Junebug, and hi Viking.
Howdy.
Welcome. And then I think I'm gonna stream Monday. I'm gonna stream like basically Monday through Wednesday next week because on Thursday I hit the road. To go see a certain special someone.
Untouchable.
Yeah, I'm going to be driving to the manor, to the Mercury Manor chat, and I'm going to I'm going to hang out basically for the weekend, and like I don't know when exactly I'm going to leave, probably like Monday or Tuesday, I figure.
Yeah. So you're staying what? You're staying Thursday night?
Yeah, I'm gonna get there Thursday night, and then
Okay. You're staying
I'm
Friday,
doing
Saturday,
4th of July with
Sunday?
y'all. I'm doing I think a barbecue thing with y'all on Saturday, and I'll probably just like hang out on Sunday, and then
Oh,
and then
oh yeah. So apparently, Patho's coworkers were talking about possibly if they can having their little like get together party here at my house.
oh
So we
really?
might not go out drinking. We might just have a little house party.
I'd honestly prefer that, but I'm not the one who has to prep a house for that either. So
Eh, we'll be fine.
I'll help you
We'll
if that's the case, though. That's fine. Um,
hell yeah.
but that's happening Saturday, I think, right?
That's Sunday, I believe.
Was that Sunday?
No, or was that Saturday? I can't remember now.
I thought it was Saturday because we were going to do this show earlier. We were going to do an off collab version
Oh yeah,
of this
you're
show.
right. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
It is Saturday.
Yeah, I think so. Chat.
Oh,
I think what's going to happen next week is we're going to do like an off collab version of this show next Saturday at like instead of this normal 6 o'clock time, we're going to do it at like probably like noon, 1 o'clock, something like that. That way we can do the show and still have like an hour or two to like prepare for a bunch of people coming over. You know. So yeah, and then Sunday I'm probably just going to hang out, and then I'll probably drive back home on Monday, I think. So, yeah, I'll be there. Yeah. So, because I don't also give enough time for Archie to like get used to me, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like when I steal him away from everybody that he knows, he won't be that upset.
Yeah, he'll be going home with someone he knows.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's the idea, is to get him warmed up to me before I just steal him away from everyone.
Pretty quick. So
I think they'll be fine. I mean, Tomoe was like 2 years old, wasn't he, when he had to be switched over?
Yeah, he's 2 now, and he's already doing okay.
Yeah, so yeah. I feel like cats don't get as attached like dogs do.
No, definitely not. That's part of why I love them, because like I feel like dogs are very like they're very emotional, whereas cats are very like how do I put this? Cat's love isn't unconditional.
Right.
If you disappear from a cat's life, it's not gonna miss you forever. It's gonna be like, well, that human's gone. I am gonna miss that human a little bit, but life goes on.
Yeah,
you know?
Whereas a dog, they like you are their life.
Yeah, like if you like, how do I put this? If we like go back to go visit like Tomoe will probably react and be like, oh, family.
I remember you, family. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You'll be friendly, right? Like that's how it is with Stella. Like whenever we go back, Stella's like, oh, this person, hello.
Right, Stella. Stella's the one you left behind with.
Yep, with my mom.
Yeah. How's Stella doing? Is Stella fine?
Yeah, she's doing good from what I've heard.
From what you've heard.
Yeah, she's doing pretty good. But like last time we went, we brought Luna with us. And Luna was like, "Oh my god, hello, Stella!" She like ran up to her. She wanted to like Luna's a lot more emotional than Stella is. Stella's very like. No, Stella's very much like a solo cat. She's really not meant to have companions.
Yeah. I think Archie can adjust very well to being a solo cat too.
Yeah, you'll be fine. He's very like social, and he's very, very good at being social, but he doesn't need it.
No, he doesn't.
He's pretty content in the room when he's by himself. He spends a lot of the day, like when I'm out and stuff like that, like days that I'm out, he spends them by himself in here. I mean, he's fine, and he sleeps in this room by himself because the dog sleeps with us.
Oh, okay.
So he's chilling. He is always excited when he sees you in the morning, though. Like this morning, like I came into the room with the puppy, and he was so excited. He was like rubbing himself against the puppy and everything. Yeah.
I'll watch the videos
for human contact, but he doesn't need it.
I watch the videos you sent me, and like he's gotten so much bigger. Just in like
dude.
Just like in the like 2 or 3 weeks that you've had him.
Yep. He walked into our bedroom yesterday, I think it was, and he like walked up to like our nightstand, and when we got him, he was small enough he could just crawl under there super easily. Now it's actually like it takes some effort for him to like crouch down to get underneath our nightstand. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, he's
like,
growing
For
fast.
context, the size that he was when we got him is like look at him now and then subtract the legs, and that's how big he was.
I mean, I remember like the first videos and pictures you showed me of him. I mean, he could fit the palm of your hand, like his whole body.
Yeah.
That's not the case anymore.
No, not even close. I actually have to like handle him.
Kind of wild,
he's
like how much
kinda-
bigger he's gotten in such a short amount of time.
If I put him in the palm of my hand, he's like sitting like a person. Like my hand's like a chair, but I cannot even remotely hold him in my hand. Pedro was trying to put him in her bra yesterday, and she couldn't.
Yeah, that was like those days are over. That lasted for like a week when there was enough room.
He's so cute. He's
But
sleepy right now.
But yeah, that
and I picked him up with like the palm of my hand. He just sat in my hand like, what the fuck? He's like rolling left and right. Like, what the hell is happening?
yeah. So like, I mean, I'm gonna say it now though that like Monday through Wednesday I'm gonna stream. I'm basically gonna stream like I think I'm gonna do a Monday Subnautica stream, and then I'm gonna do Tuesday. Back. I'm gonna get back to Expedition 33 on Tuesday, and then Yakuza finish maybe on Wednesday because I finally. It took me 2 whole streams to do this. It took me 2. I spent 2 streams just trying to beat like the hardest fight in the ship Coliseum, dude. Like
Yeah.
I've been playing this game on the hardest difficulty because I do that these days. And I just pledged, I absolutely vowed to absolutely not lower the difficulty on myself. I was like, I am not going to cuck to the difficulty. And I know that I wasn't the only one having struggles with this too, because these Coliseum battles, these last few Coliseum battles are like some of the hardest shit I've ever had to do in all of the Yakuza franchise. These things are tough. And so the first stream I got like up to the hardest fights, and then I just like kept dying. And I had like a whole stream where like all I did was just die. I made like no progress. I was just getting my ass handed to me.
It happens.
Yeah. So but the last stream, yeah, Gura has indeed returned, Deku. But this last Wednesday, I put up a like a ferryman's toll counter. So like I basically said that I was gonna, for every time I die, I add $1, and at the end of the stream I'm gonna donate that amount. That was what I did. And so I ended up donating $28 over the course of a 3-hour stream. That's how many times I died in the Coliseum. But I finished it. I actually beat the Coliseum, the hardest battles, and got it done. And that was like the last hurdle for the side content. I now have like basically everything. I mean, not everything. Like I haven't done the gambling and stuff like that. But fuck it, I don't need to. So I'm not gonna do it. Other than that, I've basically done absolutely everything on stream in that game. So I'm like, okay, it's time to finish the story. And so I think I might be able to finish it this Wednesday, because it's literally all we're doing is the story. Because there's nothing else to do. And then Subnautica is just Subnautica as always. I don't know how that's gonna go because I just don't fucking know. I'm getting to a point in that game where like the places where I'm gonna have to start going, like the Lost River and stuff like that. I don't know. My heart rate monitor showed up. So I'm gonna be wearing that. God, I gotta get that set up. Shit. Okay, I gotta do that tomorrow. I gotta do that tomorrow morning. Okay. If I'm gonna stream Subnautica on Monday, then I have to do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then I'm just continuing the Expedition 33 on Tuesday as normal. I'm not going to finish at that one. We're just going to keep going what we've been doing.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it, but this week's going to be a bit weird for me as well, isn't it? Because I also have to cramp everything into, like, Monday through Thursday, because Friday is 4th of July, and we're going to not be home. So I'm probably going to do the members-only D&D revision on Thursday.
Okay.
Thursday evening. That's probably like what I'm gonna be doing like when you arrive.
Oh, okay. Okay. Trying to think. Yeah, and then like Saturday, like you're gonna do your regular member stream on Saturday. And then, well, actually, are you? Because you didn't hit weekly this week for sure.
Well, no. Well, so I said I was going to do it if they hit the charity goal.
The charity goal. Oh, okay. So you are doing it. Okay.
So yeah. So I am doing it. Do you see when I'm gonna do it? I might do it earlier, just so that we have time to do the podcast as well. We really need to figure out when the party's gonna be and whether it's gonna be here or if it's gonna be somewhere else.
Yeah, because if we did, and
we'll see about that.
And we're doing the podcast earlier in the day too.
Yep, exactly. So we need to see how everything ends up fitting together. Worst case scenario, I'll just do it earlier in the week. If it seems like it's just not gonna fit, I'll do the
King of the Castle.
Yeah, I'll do King of the Castle during the week. I've got because Monday's
D&D. You do it Friday during the day.
Yeah, that's doable. That's doable. But Monday's D&D. That leaves like Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then Thursday, obviously, I'm planning to do, but that's like in the evening when I'm planning to do the whatchamacallit, the D&D revision.
Okay.
So, yeah. Things will work out. I have a planning stream tomorrow. I'll figure it out.
There you go.
But is it time to get to the news?
I think so. Unless you might have anything to talk about for this last week. Which it's pretty much just been all charity stuff.
Yeah, we've been doing charity stuff. I have a new truck. That's kind of cool.
Oh, that's right.
I have a truck now.
That's right. You have a truck. And you've had a lot of animal exchange activities happening.
Oh yeah, yep. I rehomed 2 kittens and a baby squirrel. But yeah, we spent a day. Jesus Christ, thunder! We spent a day in Georgia.
Right.
Because I bought a truck through Carvana. Which honestly was a fucking pleasure. Holy fuck! I understand when I bought my Honda Fit. We went to 2 dealers. First, we went to a Chevy dealer because we were planning to buy like a little Chevy car, and they just refused to give us like a good deal on the one that we wanted. And we left. Went to the Honda dealer. And at the Honda dealer, we got there, it was like 8. Because we went to the Honda dealer because it was the only place that was nearby and it was still open. We were like, oh, we can go to the Honda dealer.
Okay.
We'll see if we can find something. And we found the Honda Fit. We're like, that's perfect. That's actually perfect. Because at the time, I was driving a Ford Focus from like 2009. And so we just wanted to get me like a new car, like a small new car to basically help with building credit. That was the idea. It was to help me build credit.
Okay.
The idea fell apart very soon in the years after.
Yeah.
But that was the idea. It was to help me build credit and also to have like a nice new functional little car, right? And my dad was paying for it, so I wasn't really like picky. He was like, "What do you want? What do you want?" I was like, dude, I really don't care. It's up to you. You're paying for it. Let's get something cheap, right? Because I as much as like my dad is like Mr. Moneybags or whatever, like I don't like relying on him. And I don't like to like take advantage of him whenever he does offer to help. Because I feel horrible for it. So like I could have been like, yeah, Dad, we're at the Chevy dealer. Let's get a Camaro, right? Which is what, like my cousin drives a Camaro. But I was like, no, I'm just good for whatever. The car we were looking at the Chevy dealer, I think my dad was just trying to see if I would complain. The car we were looking at the Chevy dealer was like a really tiny, like 2-door car with like windows that you have to roll down manually.
That's a coupe. It's called a coupe.
Yeah, it was like I think it was like a $12,000 car. It was super cheap.
Okay.
Right, and my stepmom was the one that was like, no, you're not gonna make her drive that. And I was like, I don't mind. It's cool. I don't really care. Like you're paying for it. I'm not gonna complain. Right. So my dad was like frustrated. So he was like, okay, fine. We'll go It's a Honda dealer. We got someone else. But we were there from 8 to like 11 at night, like an hour after their closing time. They close at 10.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Trying to sort this out. Ended up not agreeing on a deal. We left the dealer. We were halfway home, and they called us, and they were like, "No, fuck it. We'll give you the deal you want. Come back, and we'll finish signing it." We left the dealer at like 12:20 in the morning.
Jeez.
Right? And it was such a fucking hassle. And I remember that, and I'm like, man, I hate the day I'm gonna have to like
do this again.
Replace my car. Yeah, I never want to do this again. That sucked. Because I don't have the skill set to just sit there and argue with someone over car prices for fucking 4 hours. I don't. I don't have the knowledge for that. Right?
Yeah.
And I would get called out on it immediately.
Or the willpower.
Yeah, the willpower. I just don't fucking care. Right? And
You're not a hacker at heart.
I'm not. But on top of that, I'm also 12 hours away. Not 12, I'm like 11 hours away from where my dad lives.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like my dad can come over with me. Right? Your dad can take over India? Probably.
Do it.
And so, I was like, I'm just not doing that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So what ended up happening was I looked at offers, and I talked to my dad about it while I was doing it. At least until he went to Cuba without telling me, and then he stopped responding to me for a week. So I talked to him about it, and then when he stopped responding, I talked to Petha's dad about it. Right? And I looked through different dealers all across Florida and down in Tampa and down, different places, whatever. And what I learned was that, first off, the value of my car is between $14,000 and $16,000. Second off, most dealers are going to offer me, at most, like $14,000 for my car. The minimum they have to pay. I have to haggle to get them to pay more for it. Right?
Right.
And while yes, other dealers can offer me the same truck I was looking for a couple thousand cheaper, they're also paying me $2,000 less for my car than Carvana, who doesn't do any haggling. Carvana does not haggle. They give you a price, that's their price, and they'll give you the max for your car. Simple as.
Wow.
Right? They'll give you something that they think is fair for your car. Yeah. And then they'll charge you something that they think is fair for them for their car, and that's it. There's no haggling. If you don't like the price, you go somewhere else. That's it. And so Carvana was offering me the same truck for a bit more expensive, right? It was a little bit more than $2,000 more, right? The difference was more than what they were offering me for my car, but I also get a bunch of like warranties and like assurances that the car is going to be functional, whereas with a dealer, I have to bring like a mechanic friend to look at it, right?
Oh, okay.
And if I do end up taking it and it breaks down later and there's a problem later, tough shit. I'm stuck with it, right?
Right.
And I can't just get my car back, right? So this is what my dad warned me about when I first started looking. He was like, "You need to be very careful how you measure this, because if you cut and everything doesn't turn out the way it's supposed to be, you're gonna end up without your car and without a truck." And I was like, "That's true." So I ended up opting, right, to just go through Carvana because they offer the most for my car. And again, there's all these assurances and warranties that I can make use of to make certain that my purchase is well worth it, right? And I don't have to haggle. I don't have to spend 4 hours haggling with some fucking car salesman.
Yeah.
Some used car salesman. Notorious scummy bastards, right? Whereas, I could have probably gotten my truck for cheaper if I was like a really skilled haggler, but I also wouldn't have had the same assurances anyway.
Right.
Right. So,
and sometimes it's worse.
We drove.
There's like a value. There's a value to like hassle-free transactions.
It's not just that, but it's also like, dude, 4 hours? Spending 4 hours? You know how much 4 hours of my fucking time is worth? That's a fucking stream, dude.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Like, fuck, man. Like, and it's just like, again, the assurances make it worthwhile, because now, so with Carvana, it was really simple. I had all the paperwork set up beforehand. They tell you everything you need, right? I had to pay for the truck that I wanted to be delivered to my nearest Carvana location, which was in Georgia. It's like 2 hours away.
Okay.
Right? Wasn't too bad. They tell you how much you'd have to like pay for them to ship their car to your nearest dealer right off the bat. Sometimes it's free if it's already there, right, at your nearest dealer. right? But the cost of them shipping the car depends on how far you are from that car, essentially.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Pretty fair. They make you pay for them moving the car that you might not even buy. You might even decline when you get there, right? So that's fair enough, right? And that's like non-refundable. So I paid for them to move the car. That was like $700. It was a little painful.
Oof.
But they transported the car to my nearest dealer, and then after that, it was just a matter of setting up the appointment, right? Make sure I have all the paperwork on hand, right? I still had like a small yen on my Honda that needed to be paid off. But it was like there's like 2 payments left on my Honda, so it was like $300. It was nothing. They cover that for you when they buy your car. They pay it off.
Yeah, they integrate
Right,
it
and
into
they just,
the exchange. Yeah.
and they subtract that amount from how much you're getting for your car. Simple
Right.
as, right? I needed to have just that paper, and I should make sure that my car, because my car is co-owned by my dad. I need to make sure that on the title it says that it's owned by me, or I think that's like something like it has to say and or when it comes to like who has to sign on it. If it says me and him, then he has to be present to sell it. If it says me or him, then he doesn't. And so ours says or, so I was able to just, I didn't need him to come home from Cuba for me to fucking sell it, and then also make an 11-hour drive up to me to come, to sell it, right? So I was able to sell it on my own. It was just a matter of just showing up with pay and my ID, and having all the paperwork with me, and it was really, really simple. Like we actually arrived an hour early because we left a little early, and I ended up making the drive really fast. And when we got there, so our appointment was for 4 p.m. EST. We got there at like 3:15 EST. We told the guy we had an appointment, but it was for 4, and he was like, "Oh, okay, well that's all right. You just sit down. We'll help you out in just a sec." I was like, "All right, cool." Right? They helped us. Like, so the guy came out to work with us, talk to us at like, let's say 3:25, something like that, 3:20. Right? We were out of there by 3:45. We were out of there 15 minutes before the appointment even was meant to start.
Wow.
It was a 20-minute ordeal. They just walked us outside. They showed us the truck, asked us what we thought, if it was everything we wanted. We said, yeah, looks great. They gave us the keys and said, if you want, you could drive it around. You can, drive it down the street to go get gas, come back. Just,
yeah.
Go ahead, have at it. Just total freedom with the truck, right? We're leaving our car with them, so the trust system is pretty solid there. Right? And, if it's okay with you, pass us the keys to your car. We'll go check out your car. All right, cool, awesome. So we just traded keys. We just sat around the dealer, just looking at the car, just inspecting it inside out, etc. They inspected our car. We came back. They were like, yeah, your car looks good. Let's go ahead and set the paperwork. And that was that. We just signed all the paperwork, and we're out. It was so fucking simple. And it's like I saved time and turmoil. And on top of that, I have had 7 days from the moment I bought it to return it if I want to. If I end up not liking it, if I drive it around and it's just it's not what I want. Whatever. Right. And then I can't just get my car back, obviously, because I just sold it to them.
Yeah.
But I can trade it in for the other car that they have there.
Right.
And we could try to look for like a similar deal to end up being the same. So the contract is similar or whatever if I end up not liking it. Right. But also on top of that, I actually have scheduled for Monday morning, to take the car to the Ford dealer.
Okay.
45 minutes away. Because while I have to pay for the inspection, if there's anything wrong with the car, or if they have to do any sort of maintenance to it, anything that they have to do to the car within those 7 days, they'll pay for it.
They'll pay for it. Yep.
They'll pay for it. So again, I don't have the same stress of like, oh fuck, I didn't bring a mechanic with me to go look at the car when I bought it. Or, I don't know, I looked at the car when I bought it and something happened after I bought it. Something I didn't know about, right? Like, I'm fine. And on top of that, for free, I could pay for an extended warranty, but for free, you have like 100 days of warranty with them. So if within the first 3 months, something happens, they'll still fix it.
Okay.
So I'm honestly super, super happy with how that turned out. the car. I drove it for 7 hours that day because that same day we also went to go get the puppy.
Yep.
I have a puppy now. We have a little
Yeah, you got the puppy the same day you
poodle.
inherited the baby squirrel.
No, that was a different day.
That was a different
The
day?
baby squirrel. Yeah, the baby squirrel was when we went to go drop off Tomoe.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
On the way back, we stopped by Peto's cousin's house, and one of her cousins was like, "Hey, you just want a baby squirrel?" I guess we're coming out of the car, and we're like, "Sorry, what?
What?
Baby squirrel? What? Come look."
Squirrels are cute, but you do not want squirrels as pets.
Yeah, they're a lot of work.
Yeah, you really don't. You don't want squirrels.
We did find a lady
skittering around your
on
house.
the way home. Like yeah, we found the lady who lived like in a city that's like right on the path home. Like one of the cities that we were driving through on the way home. Who was down to just take it. Apparently, she just does this. Peter posted on Facebook within 45 minutes. Someone tagged this lady and was like, "You're the squirrel master." And she was like, "Thanks." And then she like reached out. Yeah, and then she like reached out and was like, "I'll take him off you. That'll be like the 4th squirrel that I've rehabilitated this year." It's like, okay.
That's great though. That's great. I that's the thing. It's like, here's the thing about squirrels is that they're crazy smart. Like I remember I had to catch a few of them that got into, like, I had one that got in my house, and I had another that got into my garage at one point. And I catch up with those no harm traps. It's just like a little bit of peanut butter in the middle of a trap, and when they hit the peanut butter, like the doors close, so they're just like in a little cage.
Yeah.
You know? But you have to drive like 5 or more miles away from where you catch them to drop them off, because they will find their way back. Like, it's kind of wild how they're able to do that, but they can find their way back like for miles. Like you gotta go a ways to drop them off. And so I went up.
Crazy.
Yeah, they're super smart. They're absolutely adorable. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like you don't want them as pets. You just, oh gosh.
The upside, you'll never lose them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so then you remember to offload the squirrel to the squirrel whisperer. That's good.
Yeah.
You inherited a pair of kittens from a litter
kittens from Petho's mom. So, well, Petho's dad took their 2 cats with him when he moved to like another city for work.
Yeah.
And well, neither of them are spayed/neutered. So they had kittens. From what I remember, it was 2 boys and a girl. I don't know what happened to the third, to the second boy, but Petho's mom brought us a boy and a girl because Petho had a family member of a coworker that was interested in getting one of the kittens, or 2 of them. I don't know what the deal was there, but basically with Petho's mom on the way to drop them off, they changed their mind. So we ended up stuck with them for a couple days until we found a lady who wanted them. And she was also busy for a couple days. I ended up just dropping them off yesterday. Was it yesterday? Was it the day before yesterday?
I think it was a couple days ago. That sounds about right.
Yeah, so. It was a couple days ago, I think.
Those kittens struck gold because apparently they live in a mansion now.
Dude, it is a dream house, bro. I was driving down the road over there in my truck, and I was like, man, I can't wait to get. I was like, man, this is such a hassle. These kids, I can't wait to drop them off because it was like, I remember like when I got on like the road that like that those people live in, that those people live on. The fuck was that?
Sorry.
But I remember like when I got onto like that road, like it said 5 miles, and I was like, and like the male kid was just sitting in like the little tray in the truck, chilling, right? And the female cat wanted to explore the truck while we're moving. It's like, you fucking cunt. So I was like holding her on my lap the whole time, and then at some point the male cat decided to come out as well. So I had both kittens just in my lap, and I'm managing them with one hand while driving with the other. And those were the longest 5 miles of my life, dude.
Yeah.
But when I got there, it was like this little side trail, right? That like hooks like a V, like going back to the right. So like I had to like basically U-turn to get on this little side trail that leads like up a hill. And this trail just goes through the hill and then back to the same road that I was on. It exits out to the same road. But on this trail, right, there was houses to like the left, right? So to the right is like a little like hill that leads down the road. And then to the left of this trail, there's a little hill that leads up, and on this hill there's like houses. And there was this really fucking nice house. And that was the house that I was dropping the kids off. And it was really, really nice, like big house with like a barn next to it. And like a smaller house, like some smaller like toy house for kids next to it as well. On their porch,
it's a house that you could live in then.
Lamau, on the porch they had like two rocking chairs and like two little like smaller rocking chairs for the kids. Very cute. Lots of like little like Winnie the Pooh decorations out front. Right away I could hear like chickens freaking out. A nice big 4-door Toyota Tacoma. Good trucks. If I not for the fact that like there's tariffs and stuff going on right now, and it really just is the best option to just buy like a American made model. It's just the safest option right now. I would have probably bought a Toyota. Toyota makes great trucks.
Oh yeah. Well, Toyota is like it's like the nice brand of, I think, Honda. No, Acura. No, Acura. It's Acura, Honda. No, yeah, it's Acura is like the luxury brand for Honda,
Yeah.
and then Lexus is the luxury brand for Toyota. That's how it is.
I see.
So,
I didn't know this.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, like Toyotas, like they're great. They're like I've driven a lot of like cars in my life. Like a lot of Japanese cars mainly.
Yeah, because they're reliable.
Yeah, well, not just that, but like my family has just always owned like Toyotas or Nissans, mostly.
Imports.
Right? Obviously, I've had a Honda for the last several years, but my first car was a Ford. And what I've learned throughout my life is that we just make cars heavier than the Japanese.
Oh yeah.
The Japanese make really reliable cars. Yes, but they're also very light. Like when you drive a Japanese car, especially if you drive like a smaller car like my Honda Fit, it feels like you're driving a paperweight.
Oh,
the Ford Focus that I had wasn't that much bigger than my Honda Fit.
And the thing is, it's like if you go to Japan, like there's all of these models of Toyota and Honda.
Holy fuck! Did you hear that?
Yeah. Holy shit!
Oh.
That happened to me earlier. Like a big thunderstorm came through here, and I swear there was a lightning strike. Like it sounded like it happened like 2 or 3 houses down from me. Like that's how close it was.
I saw lightning, and I was like, "Oh, that lightning looked like it was close." And then as I was thinking that, I heard it. So that was like a good like mile off.
But,
no less.
But
What?
Happening?
What are you talking? Storm outside?
Yeah. It's right there.
Oh.
I'm gonna put a shirt on and join you.
Okay.
Tell her to check on the dog.
but yeah, like I've driven like several cars in my life, and what I've learned is that like we make our cars a lot denser, and I don't know if it's like metal quality or like what, I don't know what it is, but like,
well, like a lot of Japanese models and cars and stuff, the reason that they don't exist in America is because they don't meet American automobile safety laws.
Makes sense.
There's a ton. Like I saw, like when I was in Japan, it was wild, like how different. Like I guess the vast majority of the cars on the street were cars that I had never seen before, and they were all manufactured locally, and a lot. And they have these big vans, like these big like passenger vans that are fucking great. But they also have these tiny little box cars. I mean, they're like basically like a bicycle with windows and a roof. Like these things are so fucking small. And that's what so many people were driving around on. Like, because that's the thing about Japan. It's like, it's just, you have to remember that there's like over 100 million people on those little islands. You know, it's like a third of our population crammed into that size of an island. So they've just like learned to be to make like everything compact. Like they've mastered the whole idea of compacting things. So, but yeah, a lot of their cars still meet Japanese. Like a lot of them look like if you hit them with like a Ford like a Toyota Tacoma, like it would just
they'll explode.
They will explode. Yeah, exactly. They'll just disappear.
Yeah, they'll fucking explode. That's like when I drove my Honda Fit, I like right away. Rex, I had a Ford Focus before that, and driving my Ford Focus, it's a big. It's not a big car. It's not much bigger than my Honda. Boom. Wait. Oh, it's getting further away. It's getting further away. So it seems like the storm is already past us.
It's going that way.
I wonder if it's the same storm that hit me like a couple hours ago. I bet it is.
Maybe. But like the Ford Focus was not that much bigger of a car than my Honda Fit, but I felt like I was driving a bullet. You know, like you drive through that thing, and like you can feel the heft of the car as you're like little divots on the road. You can feel the heft of the car right away, and I felt safe in that car because I was like, if I hit something, they're dead. Okay. Yeah, you can unplug the controller and just move it. Put this in there. But with the Honda Fit, right away, I was like, I feel like I'm driving a paperweight. If I crash into anything,
I paid
I'm dead.
though. How are you?
And I never felt the same way with like the Nissan. Like my grandpa's always driven Nissan. What are they called? Nissan Quest.
Oh gosh, I don't know the individual models.
No, she's drinking the water.
I'm in East Central Florida, and she's in Southeast Alabama. Thank you.
No, ma'am.
Like, I like that Nissan Quest. Like, that wasn't like no, it's not the Quest. The Quest is like the big car.
Altima? Was it an Altima?
Maybe it's like a little like 4-door.
It might be the Altima. You might be thinking of the Altima.
Yeah, it might be the Altima. But either way, my grandpa's Nissan. Yeah, I know. Either way, my grandpa's Nissan it was also like a lighter car than my Honda. Not my Honda, than my Ford Focus. Even though it was a bigger car than my Ford Focus. But driving this truck right away, I realized that it was heavier. It was heftier than Paytho's old what was it? Mitsubishi?
Mitsubishi Endeavor.
Yeah, her Mitsubishi Endeavor, which is like a big
car.
What do you call this?
It's an SUV.
SUV. That's it. And SUV should be heavier than a truck, just because it's basically a truck, but like with a
weight
roof
in
for
the back.
Yeah, you know, like
my car felt lighter than yours does now.
Yeah, exactly. Like your car felt lighter, and your car also had stuff in it. Oftentimes, my car feels like your car. We were hauling stuff back from Florida. That's like the weight that it has.
I've always thought that like if I ever become a family man, I would totally get a Honda Odyssey.
Honda Odyssey?
Oh yeah, those vans are phenomenal.
You cannot eat human food. Okay?
But yeah, I'm very, very happy with the truck. I feel like it has games on it, dude. It has games on it.
It does have games on it.
It is a perfect family car.
For like a kid that's sitting in the middle.
While also being like a good car to like haul stuff, which is what I want. You know.
That's great. That's really great.
But anyways, I do think we should get to the news. We've been here for like an hour.
Yeah, we're fine. We don't have like a shit ton of stories to go over. But we did track that. We tracked down about a dozen good news stories. Some of them were very easy to find. Some of them, because this is the thing about good news, is you have to go digging for it.
Yeah.
And a lot of and a lot of websites that brand themselves as like good news sites are basically like activist environmentalist sites and that kind of stuff. So when you go to them looking for good news, it's just like some environmentalist stuff. Basically, it's like, ugh, okay.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of. The only news I found was like years old.
You gotta go looking for it. But we were able to find. I actually didn't have that hard a time though, to be honest, to find it. But let's get into it, and we're gonna start off with something from a place called the Good News Network, which which I have pulled articles from before actually. And that is...
Yeah, recognize him. Huh?
Can I have some of your meat?
Yeah, go for it. You can have my meat. Whatever you want, baby.
Quit it.
Sorry, we're reading, what
So,
is it again?
These are Crunchy Wrap Supreme.
Yeah, Crunchwrap Supremes from Taco Bell, but made at home by my wife.
ooh. Still gonna get diarrhea, though.
Nah. I'm built diff. She will.
Mm-mm.
You've been shitting yourself every time you eat fucking anything. Really.
Okay.
I have.
Okay, first story. 12-year-old hero boy saves family from blaze and secures a future job by impressing the fire chief.
Oh yeah.
This is actually your story.
There's Baylor's story?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get to send any stories this week.
Pathos sent me
Alright,
some
baby.
stories.
Do you want to read it while you're here? Did you want? Is it a yes or no?
Sure.
Like what? Can you zoom in a little bit? Oh, never mind. I got it.
After a young Virginian saved his family from a house fire, the local fire chief admitted that if he ever needed a job in his hometown, it's enough to come by the fire department. Ramir Parker, a 7th grader from the city of Petersburg near Richmond, was presented by the municipality with a special baby.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was trying to get the thing. This is the second time today I've accidentally hit my fucking phone. I'm not used to being like here. Alright, sorry, go on. I'm trying to get a nap. Sorry, go on. You're saying?
With a special proclamation for demonstrating bravery and protective instincts of someone far older. In early July, when a fast-moving fire quickly took hold of Parker's house, while his younger siblings, aged 1 and 2, were asleep on the couch. Hearing a strange sound, Parker came down from the bedroom only to find a wall of black smoke. Those instincts kicked in, and he rushed to scoop up his brother and sister, one in each arm, before carrying them out of the house. There was someone else, his grandmother. Going back in, he helped walk his grandmother out shortly before the fire department arrived, 4 minutes before they got the call.
After.
Petersburg Fire Chief Wayne Hoover didn't mince words.
4 minutes after they got the call, baby.
What?
You said before they got the call.
You said before they got the call.
Oh. Yeah. Check and read too. Petersburg Fire Chief Wayne Hoover didn't mince words about Parker's actions. Even if his team arrived so quickly, the young man saved his family's life.
Yeah, dude, fucking, like, starting up on, like, okay, there's a difference between having, like, immediate, like, reaction and having, like, you know, like, reaction 4 minutes late, right? It's just, like, anything could have happened in those 4 minutes. Like, even if, they arrived really quick, that's 3 people that they don't have to save anymore, that are already out of the way by the time they arrive, versus having to go out of your way to save those 3 people. To not just save them, but to actually locate them within the house that you don't know, you've never been to.
Right. You don't know the layout. You don't even know you don't even know how many are in there.
Yeah, it's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Like, it's like, this is like, that's so crucial. And, you know, it's like, again, even if you arrive 4 minutes, like within 4 minutes, that's still 4 minutes gone of time.
Yeah, you'd be surprised at how much
between
a
them
house
to
can
save
burn
those
down in
people
4
in the house.
minutes.
Yeah, dude, 4 minutes is a long time for like
And
a
it's
fire.
easily long enough to suffocate an old woman with smoke.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So, yeah, kid did a great job. That's also really impressive.
Like I said, I go downstairs. It's just black smoke all throughout the house. Parker told the local CBS affiliate reporting on the story. I grabbed my 2-year-old brother, then I grabbed the 1-year-old, because the 1-year-old is smaller, and I fitted them inside my arms, and we ran outside the house. Hoover said that when Parker turns 18, he's got a job at the fire brigade if he needs one. There you go.
Hell yeah.
This is such like where did this? It's happened in like this little in a little town outside of the near Richmond. So this is like a small town event. This is like because this whole thing has like small town vibes, you know.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it's always good to like know you got a job waiting for you when you're old enough. That's always nice to have that kind of job security.
He's only like what, 12?
He's 12 years old, so he's got 6 years. Let's see. The city of St. Petersburg presented him with a proclamation that recognized Parker for demonstrating a level of bravery and presence of mind well beyond his years, while Chief Hoover made the lad an honorary firefighter. Sounds like that. Remember that that young kid whose like dream was to be a cop, and during Trump's State of the Union, he like made the kid an honorary Secret Service agent or whatever.
Yeah, I know.
And the kid had no clue what was going to happen. I don't think the dad knew either, because his dad was there too. Like it's like I love shit like that. But yeah, save the family. I'm curious. It's like
it's also like something like this is great because like you're not just like rewarding the kid for like good behavior, right? Like it's not just like I put this. It's good to have like authority and still that same level of like hey, being good pays off, right?
Oh yeah.
At like a young age, like this kid now knows that hey, I can help people. I really can help people, and he's gonna basically actually go out of his way to help people from now on.
Right.
Like this is like a major character arc moment.
Well, this is like the whole philosophy behind the Good Samaritan laws are. Like the whole thing where like if you make a legit attempt to help somebody in need and something goes wrong during that thing, like you can't get sued for it and things like that. These like Good Samaritan laws. Like that's the spirit of Good Samaritan laws is what you're describing. It's like you want to instill in the population that it's worth it to go out of your way to do good things for people. Yeah. So okay. Lazy Viking says the kid with the cancer. Did he have? Yeah, he was the one who was he had fought back brain cancer, I believe. I think it was brain cancer. Who wants to be a policeman. So
and then black people started being like, oh,
stop acting white.
Like shit like that. It's like, bro.
Dude, the whole acting white thing is such a self-report.
Yep.
Can't believe they tried to attack Trump for that. Of course they did. That's actually a good segue.
Tried to get the kid for that.
What?
The kid that wanted to be a cop, that Trump made him like a honorary Secret Service. Yeah, people some people in the black community like attacked the kid for that.
Yep.
It was a black kid?
Mm-hmm. The black kid.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by that at all.
People of color hate to see other people of color do well.
Yep.
It's not just a black people thing.
No, I was gonna say it's not just a black people thing, but it's very much a crabs in a bucket mentality. So.
It's a minority issue.
Hmm.
It's if you're not broke with us, you're not one of us.
Yep.
Yeah, if you're not suffering like us, then you're not us. Like, wow. Why would I want to be a part of us then?
Yep.
If that's the attitude.
Unless you succeed by being a criminal.
Staying on the positive notes.
Yes.
Yeah. Good thing for this kid, man. This kid,
he's got a bright future ahead of him. Becoming the town hero at 12 is crazy.
Yeah, right. Can you imagine?
The ego boost, bro. Kid's gonna go places.
He's gonna go to school and be like, "Yeah, I saved my family. What did you do over the summer?"
Got COVID.
Got COVID.
So, moving on. Now, since we mentioned Trump, let's talk about Trump just a bit here. Trump is daddy now. This clip went around. And, wait. It's really important that chat sees the whole thing here. You have to, because the most important bit of this is Marco Rubio's reaction to this. Let me there it is. There's the whole thing. Okay, so watch Marco Rubio off to the right here in particular. And let me know that. Let me make sure that you can hear this as well, chat.
Mark Rutte, the NATO chief.
Did you hear that, chat? I need confirmation that chat can hear that. What do you mean, pause? What do you mean, Deku? Yes? Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yeah.
I was like, somebody tell me something, please. Okay. I'll just watch Marco Rubio during this clip. Like, listen to it, but watch him.
Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No, he did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like...
He can't stop. He can't stop laughing.
And they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that. But do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own, without...
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning. And
Mark...
So that was the clip.
That's funny, dude.
Oh,
it's really
man,
funny.
It's great. It's so good because...
Okay, can you play this again for Patho?
Oh, I'll play it again. Okay, so Patho, watch the guy to Trump's over to the side here. Watch him.
Okay.
Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
no, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No,
Do you
he did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children, and they're obviously listening to you, and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that? But do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own, without...
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning.
He's NATO daddy.
Yeah.
God.
You put on my head.
I have to say though that among all the people in Trump's cabinet, the one who's like really like matured the most and like has been like has gone like the best arc has been Marco Rubio. Like,
yeah,
damn. Like remember because Marco Rubio ran against him in the primary in the 2016 race, if you remember, and his and the nickname, the insulting nickname that Trump assigned to Marco Rubio was Little Marco. And so the joke is that little Marco is grown up and he's big Marco now. Like that's the whole thing because he got put into this position and he has just been knocking out of the park. Like he has done phenomenal in his role. So good on him. Now, what are we talking about here? What is the context of this? What
is the context of Trump being daddy?
Context of this is the recent NATO summit. And I don't remember if you remember like back in the beginning of the presidency here. There was like all this stuff about pulling out of NATO because they're basically a bunch of leeches who just rely on the U.S. for all their defense. We have to pay for their bullshit. We should pull out of NATO. Like they're not worth defending because they don't pay they don't pay for their own defense. All blah 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 blah. That was that whole thing. Well, he basically showed up and he put at the NATO summit, and everybody was like nervous about Trump because he had like a really contentious relationship with the key players in the nation states. And he showed up and just put on like a charisma show like the likes of no one has ever seen. And now like these companies have pledged to go from 2% GDP spending on their defense to 5%. So that's like 150% increase or 250%, whatever. 2.5 times they've committed to for their defense spending. Essentially. And now they're just like, Trump is like the star of NATO now, basically. And it was this one summit, and the whole dynamic of NATO has like 180. And everybody is like, yeah, Trump's the man. America's, we're great with them. We're gonna contribute more. We think Trump is right. We're not putting in our fair share. And everybody is just like jiving in NATO now, basically.
That's great.
Yeah, it's like you could have like your contentions when it comes to NATO and that kind of stuff. Like NATO and like the UN should still be abolished. NATO's a different story, though. NATO is a military alliance. So like it is really good to see like actually pledges happen and nations actually like work with Trump, get along, and actually contribute what they should be, at least get the ball rolling on that.
Yeah, it's nice to see that like they're actually like reciprocating, being like, yeah, you're right, fuck, we do need to pay for our own shit.
And I was just about to say this, Deku. This literally the next thing I was going to bring up. How like he just got like right before the summit, he made the famous F-bomb clip. Have you seen that about Israel and Iran? You haven't seen that clip? Oh my gosh!
No.
I thought that you had seen it. Okay, let me bring that up. Trump dropped what very well might be the most important F-bomb in history.
Okay.
Okay. Like, I'm not joking about that. It's actually like important. Like, it's his attitude, because it showcases his attitude towards the conflict. And it's like,
yeah.
And it's a very good thing that it happened the way it did, actually. But let me bring up that clip real quick. Let me find it.
This is one of those like it shows that he's like serious about this and that he's like really passionate about the issue, and then the issue resolves itself because they don't want to have to fucking deal with them.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically what this is. Let me see here.
Anything not to do with Trump.
President Trump is having quite a...
See here.
I can't see. I can't see.
I know. I'm not there yet. Hang on.
Bomb on live.
I don't want. Okay, here we go. That's what I want. Here it is. This is the super famous, now infamous F-bomb clip. F-bomb.
Fragile ceasefire.
Yeah, we basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand?
Oh, they censored it. No, I'm not. No. They censored it. No. I want the uncensored version.
Can I get an uncensored F-bomb, please?
From the orange man himself.
From Daddy NATO. From the NATO Daddy, please.
Let me see here.
The deal. They came out and they did. I'm not ours. You don't go out, perhaps by. You know what? We have that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you?
Okay, there it is. This is the full. This is actually a better clip because it gives more of a context of the press, like questioning him on the way out. So
they violated, but Israel violated it too.
What he's talking about basically is that there was a ceasefire agreement, right? There's a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran that happened, and it was supposed to go into effect 12 hours from the signing, roughly, basically. And within the first hour, both of them fired rockets at each other. And Trump, that's what triggered this clip where Trump basically gets pissed off at both of them, saying, hey, we signed a ceasefire. You know, that doesn't mean that you just blow as much of a load as you possibly can before the ceasefire kicks in. That's not what this is. Like,
yeah.
You know, and that's what he's basically getting pissed off here at.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen.
I really like that he's actually criticizing Israel.
Yeah, he is.
He's not just being like, Israel defending themselves. Like, he's actually criticizing Israel, which is not something that we're used to.
No, we're not. We're not used to, we're not used to this, especially from this high of an office.
I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
That's how it ends. He walks off in that and never looks back.
Wait, what?
He drops the F-bomb and then gets on the chopper.
So he's criticizing both Israel and Iran. Mostly Israel, because Israel's obviously our ally. So having your ally basically fuck up, do that sort of thing when you're trying to help them out. Makes him look bad, obviously. So he's mainly criticizing Israel on this clip. He's just saying, he said also Iran at the end. But it was basically criticizing Israel the entire clip. And then he ends the clip by saying, basically what's happening is we have two countries that have been at war for so long, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And then he walks away.
And it's amazing. Like that F-bomb went super viral, super fast. And everybody was talking about it. And if you go into YouTube right now and you just type the word Trump, the first thing that comes up in search is Trump F-bomb. Like, it is like easily the most like viral thing about him right now. And I don't mean that exaggeratingly about that being like the most important F-bomb in history, because that F-bomb demonstrates his frustration to both sides on equal levels. You know, and he's basically it's a very hard signal that Israel does not have free reign to do whatever the fuck it wants. Essentially, you don't get just to do whatever the hell you want to do, and the U.S. just have the United States' unconditional support. That's not how this works. Essentially,
now, showing that he's actually genuinely frustrated with them. Yeah,
now he's still on Israel's side, I'm sure, but in the end, like we still have a ceasefire. It's shaky. A lot of people haven't really agreed to anything yet beyond the ceasefire. So it's still a shaky ceasefire, but it is a ceasefire nonetheless, which is progress, it's not World War III. It's not American battalions, boots on the ground in fucking Iran. You know, you know what I mean? That's what everybody was terrified of. Everybody's like, please do not deploy troops to fucking Iran. Please do not fucking, I mean, there's like no country in the Middle East yet that we haven't had boots on the ground in over the last 20 years, it seems, you know? Like from Iraq to Syria to Lebanon or Libya, whatever the fuck, it's just on and on and on and on. And Iran's like the only country it seems that we haven't got into. So can we not do this, please? And it looks like we've staved that off for now, which is good. We'll see. I would say that like Trump doesn't want like these long drawn out conflicts. He wants the shit to end.
Oh, I can't hear you. Cut out.
Uh-oh.
Whoa, hold on, mayday. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Okay, I can hear you.
Okay. So that happened, and then he immediately that was like basically him going to NATO. Like he walked off to that helicopter. That helicopter was taken to this NATO summit, basically. And it says here, he shows up in NATO. It says former NATO official, President's blunt diplomacy brought tectonic change despite an unorthodox. Everything Trump does is unorthodox. Doesn't approach politics like a politician. He approaches it like a businessman, which is why, like even now, even after like bunk bombing the nuclear facilities in Iran and stuff like that, he's still giving them off ramps, essentially.
Yeah.
And it's like, you have the power to make this stop, make the deal. You know what I mean? He's like, no matter what conflict he gets into militarily, he's always giving the quote unquote bad guys off ramps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like that's such a businessman. And frankly, it's like that's just good leadership. So he goes to this summit and he basically puts on like a charisma show, and he gets everybody, he flips everyone at this conference. This says Donald Trump delivered a resounding endorsement of NATO this week, marking a sharp turnaround in his years-long, often contentious relationship with the alliance. Once known for blasting allies over defense spending and even threatening to pull out of NATO altogether, Trump now appears to have had a change of heart. I left here differently. I left here saying that these people really love their countries, Trump said after 2025 NATO summit in The Hague. The pivot comes as NATO... Oh my gosh, that dog. Turning my ears.
Yeah.
Ow.
Maybe. She yapping loud enough to like be ear piercing. On the mic.
The pivot comes as NATO nations more than doubled their collective defense spending target, raising the bar from 2% to 5% of GDP. That's what I think honestly, I actually think that Trump was surprised by that. He's like, wow, they actually like pledged to do the thing that I wanted them to do. I didn't think that was going to happen. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Let's do this. You know, I think that he's very much like in the moment. I think a lot of people like the whole like underwater 40, 5D, 7D chess meme of Trump. You know what I mean? They kind of give people like tend to assign that it's like he keeps stumbling into success, like almost like a Jack Sparrow kind of way, where you don't know if he's just making it up as he goes along or if he's planning it all out. You know? I don't think he's planning it out. I think he's just.
I don't think so either.
I think he's just making decisions in the moment. You know?
Yep.
He might be looking like 1, maybe 2 steps ahead if he can, but for the most part, he's just looking at what's the best deal I can get right now. You know? I feel like that. I really do feel like that's what he's doing. I don't think he's sitting around planning all this shit out. Because the thing is, you can't plan this kind of shit out because there's too many variables that can go in wildly different directions that you cannot plan for. So,
I think that Jack Sparrow bumblefucking his way into success is a very, very good way to put it.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think he's bumbling, but I don't think he's planning it either. And Jack is the same way. Jack is basically making deals that are most advantageous to him in the moment to moment to moment. That's all he was doing in those movies. He's like,
Captain.
He's like,
Captain Chief.
You're right, Captain Jack Sparrow. You're correct. But like, it's very much like that, where Captain Jack Sparrow, he didn't really plan things out. He was just like, I have this goal in this moment. What deal can I make to further that goal? And he would just do that over and over and over again, essentially. And that's basically what Trump's doing.
Yeah.
So they commit all this money, and then the president's renewed embrace of the alliance follows years of friction, high-profile clashes with world leaders, and controversial comments. Yet at this year's summit, the tone was strikingly different. Well, yeah, it's because basically a businessman recognized all the other players putting their money where their mouth was, and that's music to a businessman's ears. So of course he's going to change his tune. Trump was welcomed by Dutch royals, praised by the NATO Secretary General. We even referred to him as Daddy, and returned home.
Was the NATO Secretary General referred to him as Daddy?
Yeah, it wasn't just some schlub. It was like the leader of NATO. Like, I guess really the Trump is like the leader of NATO anyway. I mean, America leads NATO. Let's be real here. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And return home lauding European allies for their patriotism. It's not a ripoff, and we're here to help them. Yeah, that's the thing. He's like, you step up to the plate. You commit more resources like you should be. And I will fucking work with you. You know what I mean? I will meet you halfway. And that's what he's doing here. He's like, it's not a ripoff, and we're here to help them. And he said there that clip I showed, he was like, they're probably going to need a little help in the beginning, to get there, but we're willing to do that if they're willing to like stick it out and actually do what they say they want to do. It's like, yes, that's good leadership.
No, ma'am.
What are you doing? What's she doing?
She peed under the desk.
Of course.
Oh, God. Well, did
She
she have...
this morning, dude.
Just because I'm here.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. This morning, no, because before you arrived, she peed on the floor. But this morning, she peed twice on the mat, and she shat once on the mat, back to back. It was pee, and shit, all of them on the mat, and I rewarded her for all 3 times, and she was super excited all 3 times. She's doing so good.
She'll get there. She'll get there.
Yeah.
Trump arrived at the NATO summit on a high note following U.S. strikes that crippled Iran's nuclear infrastructure. According to American and allied intelligence sources, the operation set back Tehran's nuclear ambitions by several years. The strike was widely seen as both a show of strength and a strategic warning, not just to Iran, but to NATO adversaries like Russia and China, who, by the way, it was very interesting how China and Russia are always like touting their alliance with Iran. And yet, when Iran was like full on attacked and had like pretty much almost all of their top brass, all the nuclear scientists, all of their military infrastructure, and all of their nuclear infrastructure destroyed in a matter of days, neither Russia nor China lifted a fucking finger to help them, which is very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, they talked a lot. They condemned it, but they didn't do shit. You know, he really came in from this power move. Said Gadrimas Jeglinskas. Wow, that one was tough. A former NATO
By the way, it
official.
might. Wait, hold on. So Angel says it might also just be a translation problem with Daddy. The guy said Daddy has to sometimes use strong language to get them to stop. His thought process is probably more in line with like father. Yeah, but still, you know, it's still funny.
Well, he's using it. He's basically using the Trump's language as demeanor. He's using the daddy thing as a metaphor, essentially, which is like, it's still like referring. I mean, Trump is daddy in this metaphor, so it's still works.
No, ma'am.
Sorry, dog.
Fucking dog.
I'm moving the cookie pad to where the kennel was.
Okay. So you don't want to get used to it where it is? Keep moving us, make it worse.
Maybe it's just in the way.
That's fair.
He really came in from this power move.
They make
Said
it worse as if
Jeglinskas, a former NATO official and current chairman of Lithuania's National Security Committee. Lithuania's National Security Committee? What is that, like just like the local book club? Among some, definitely Eastern Europe, Central Europe, Nordic Europe, this attack, the use of those really sophisticated weapons and bombers, was the rebuilding of the deterrence narrative of the West, not just America. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, people don't realize like how much Europe came out in support of the strikes on Iran. Like, Europe was like all in on it. They were like, yes, destroy their nuclear sites.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And this just gets into the contentious history that he's had with NATO up until now. But again, when it comes to Trump, money talks. I think that, is the key takeaway here. And the fact is that they were like, we're going to put our money where our mouth is. And Trump was like, good man.
Good.
We're on the same page now. Let's do this. It says, this is interesting too. It says two forces behind NATO's revival, Russia and Trump. Experts agree NATO's recent revitalization stems from two major catalysts, Russia's 2022 and God, it's amazing that conflict, like Ukraine conflict, is going on for 3 years now. Isn't that wild? And Trump's relentless pressure on allies to boost defense. President Trump is riding high this week with two major foreign policy victories, said Matthew Croning, vice president at the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center, referencing NATO and the recent U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear program is terrific. I hope we can keep it up. Matthew Croning. Why does that name sound familiar? I don't know. Anyway, so that happened. And then just yesterday, the Supreme Court came in super clutch. So the Supreme Court handed Trump a bunch of big victories yesterday. The major one being they ruled 6-3 against the universal injunctions, which is the whole thing where like Trump does a thing and then it says random federal judge over on this side of the country blocks it and it just stops the whole thing nationally, like all that kind of shit. So you saw this with Doge activities. We've been seeing a lot with immigration and deportation policies, etc., etc. And it's been like insane because it basically means
really kind of just like displaying the clear greater power of the judicial system over the executive.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like a clear, like, gross imbalance of powers. It's like you mean to tell me that the president of the United States, the leader of the free world, can't do anything that he wants to do as he promised he would do and got elected to do if one of like literally hundreds of these federal judges from across the country doesn't like it. Like he has to get unanimous consent from literally hundreds of appointed, not elected, appointed judges from across the country. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. And the Supreme Court agreed, and they basically killed the whole universal injunction thing. So, in the most high-profile case of the day, the Supreme Court ended the practice of judges issuing sweeping injunctions that cover the whole country and not just parties involved in a case. Yeah, so what this is, the way that they would do this is they would basically find somebody to sue the administration over, and they would do it in their local district, federal court. And then that judge, that would trigger the judge to be able to block it nationwide. Well, now it would only apply to that specific jurisdiction, which is a little small chunk of the country. And that basically frees up almost everything. It actually is freeing up the birthright citizenship case. So that's going to proceed. And there's actually a really good chance that gets killed too. Because as the people arguing to get rid of that are correct in their argument that was meant for the children of slaves. It wasn't meant to be anything but that. So that's going to go forward now. But what this means is that, because I think what's the number? It's of the, I can't remember what it is, but it's like, of the 40 or so injunctions that have been hit by Trump in just these first few months of his second term, 35 of them came from 5 districts across the country. So it's really centered on just a half dozen rogue activist judges. One of them in particular is a nuisance, and his name is Brian Murphy. And that's the guy who's basically caused this to happen. So what had happened was there was an ICE escort deportation of a bunch of really nasty criminals. I mean, we're literally talking murderers, rapists, the worst of the worst, right? They were on a deportation route, okay, to South Sudan, okay, and then a judge in Boston blocked the deportation and basically forced them to stop their route, and basically stranded the officers and these criminals in Djibouti. And then the ruling happens.
Where the fuck is Djibouti?
That's a good question. I think it's in Africa.
What the fuck? Where are we in Africa?
Because that's the country of origin where these criminals came from.
Oh.
So there was like I said, it was an ICE escorted deportation to South Sudan. Okay. Then the Supreme Court basically says you can't do this to the deportation policies anymore with the federal injunction thing. And so those things can resume essentially. But Brian Murphy has said that he's openly said, I am not going to follow the Supreme Court's order, and I'm going to keep the block, essentially. And so now these ICE officers and these criminals are still stranded in Djibouti as a result of that. So we still have that.
They just what?
Yeah. Okay, so let's read it here. This goes over it. So 3 immigration.
Hold on. No, hold on. So the Supreme Court ordered them to let it go. Is that what you said?
Right. And then the judge said no.
Who the fuck is this judge? Just say no. I'm sorry, what?
He's still ordering basically the ICE agents to return the criminals back here so they can have their quote-unquote due process, which they've already had. That whole argument is bullshit. And yeah, so let's read this here. So 3 ICE officers have been marooned in Djibouti with 8 criminal migrants under outrageous living conditions and the threat of rocket attacks from Yemen, because this is over on the east side of Africa. It's like northeast Africa near Ethiopia, which is close to Yemen. The 8 migrants who have been convicted of murder, sexually assaulting minors, robbery, and arson, among other crimes, like I said, the worst of the fucking worst, are being housed in a Connex shipping container on a U.S. naval base in the African country and are watched around the clock by the team of ICE officers. Pentagon officials warned ICE after the team's arrival that Camp Lemonnier is at risk of rocket strikes from Houthi terrorists across the Red Sea in Yemen, while the officers have been exposed to toxic smog from nearby burn pits where locals dispose of trash and human waste. The judge is like, keep it going. Following a late May order, the U.S. District Judge Brian Murphy in Boston, the officers had to land the flight carrying the migrants in East Africa without taking any anti-malaria medication, which was not provided until more than 2 days after they arrived. So some began to feel ill within 72 hours of landing in Djibouti, a Department of Homeland Security source told the Post. A flight nurse was able to later find some anti-malaria medication, though the supply has been limited. In addition, the officers are the only federal personnel authorized to escort the migrants to the bathroom and pat them down for weapons and contraband, and the grueling ordeal has required them to be relieved by fill-in teams periodically. These are the 8 criminals, by the way. They have like a token Asian dude in there. That's weird. There's a couple of them. There's a few Asians in here, actually. It's outrageous that this judge is putting the health and safety of law enforcement officers at risk for the sake of criminals. Murphy, an appointee of President Joe Biden, and heavily endorsed by Elizabeth Warren, ordered a flight grounded May 22nd.
My love.
What? What are you focused? What? Was she eating this food?
This puppy needs
She
to
emptied
learn.
that bowl. She emptied that bowl.
No, ma'am.
Get out of
That's
here.
not your food.
I don't want you in this room anymore. I'm tired of you in this room. She's pissed me off.
She's a baby.
She's pissing me off. I don't give
She's
a
a
fuck.
baby.
So is he! He knows better?
Yeah, but cats and dogs are completely different.
Yeah, cats are fucking smarter. By a mile.
Also,
They are.
Jin was not as smart as Archie. Neither was Tomoe. Archie is a special case.
That's fair.
That is fair, because Archie is like kind of like super intelligent for a cat.
Let's go.
That's really fair.
We're not wanted here.
It's not just a
That's
pet,
really
Deku.
fair,
It's an
Ron.
untrained puppy. So it's like way worse than just a regular pet. Anyway, Murphy, an appointee of President Biden.
To be fair, also, Jin didn't have me to fucking beat him when he did something wrong. So it's not exactly, his fault. It's mom's fault.
So Murphy, the judge, ordered the flight grounded May 22nd when he ruled that the Trump administration had unquestionably violated a March court order pausing migrant removals to countries from which they do not originate. And that's actually what this Supreme Court thing did, is it basically freed up the ability to deport criminal, people convicted of crimes that are like of foreign origin, not just to their home country, but literally any other country that will take them.
That's when they take him? Yeah.
Yeah. Which is going to probably mean El Salvador in the future.
I mean, it's already meant El Salvador a couple times.
Yep. Each migrant should be given written notice and offered a chance to object to the deportation, Murphy also ordered. So this is the whole due process bullshit. Only one of the 8 migrants put on the flight was a native of war-torn South Sudan, while the others came from Cuba, Laos, Mexico, Myanmar, and Vietnam.
A Cuban! Go up. Go up? No. I want to see them. I bet you I can tell you which one it is. It's the second one.
This guy?
That's a Cuban.
The sunburned guy?
That's a Cuban. All right, that's a Cuban.
The migrants stated with the ICE officers include... Okay, so here's like a rap sheet, a summary of the rap sheet. Although Enrique Arias Guerrero, a Cuban national who was convicted in 1999 of attempted second-degree murder and robbery, and in 2007 for kidnapping, robbery, and impersonating a police officer.
That's a great name. Hold on. His last name is Hierro, which is iron.
Wow. Sounds like a gang name.
No, that's pretty common. I probably shouldn't be saying this, but actually it's a pretty common last name. My stepdad's last name is Herrera, which is blacksmith.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, I guess the equivalent of Smith, but yeah, it's blacksmith typically.
Jose Manuel Rodriguez Quinones, another Cuban national. There's 2 of them. 2 Cubans.
What? Go back up. Go back up.
I was gonna say, who do you think the other one is? Probably the first two, I would think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is the first two. That
Yeah.
those.
They're
I
the
don't know.
white-
That guy
they're-
doesn't really nice to look even, but yeah, I
They're the-
do think out of all these, it would be him.
They're the whitest ones that aren't this guy. This obviously Asian
Yeah,
dude.
you're right. You're right.
That's the Laotian.
Yeah,
That's got to be the Laotian.
Oh yeah, that guy looks like that guy from
Yeah.
King of the Hill for sure.
So this guy was convicted in 2008 of arson and cocaine trafficking. In 2020, illegal possession of a firearm. And in 2022, of attempted first-degree murder. Thongjai Nilakao, a Laotian national who was convicted in 95 for the first-degree murder of a German tourist in California and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Man, this is fucking Con Air. Jesus.
Wait, so do you guys need to be like in order? Go up. So Laotian is actually
Yeah, that makes sense.
that one.
Southeast Asian, absolutely.
Yeah, actually.
Let's say Jesus Munoz Gutierrez, a citizen of Mexico, who was convicted in 2005 of second-degree murder for stabbing his then roommate with a knife, and later sentenced to 25 years in prison. Gao Mia of Myanmar, who was convicted in 2019 for repeatedly sexually assaulting a minor from 2011 to 2017, starting when the victim was 7 years old. Jesus.
Oh my fucking
Yo
god.
Myint, also of Myanmar, who was convicted in 2020
Only 10 years in prison for fucking sexually assaulting a minor for fucking 6 years straight?
Yeah, that seems kind of insane, actually. That should be a life or death sentence. He was sentenced to 12 years. Oh, wait. Was first-degree sexual assault involving a victim mentally and physically incapable of resisting. Jesus. Tuan Thanh Pan of Vietnam, who was convicted in 2001 of first-degree murder after he randomly discharged a firearm into a crowd following a gang dispute, and later sentenced to 22 years in prison. The Dian Peter Domak, the only Sudanese national in the group, who was convicted in 2014 of armed robbery and sentenced to 14 years in prison. All eight. This is not in order.
No, it's not.
There's no way this guy is fucking Syrian.
That would be the Sudanese guy.
Yeah.
Which is definitely that last guy over on the left.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this dude. The dude who's darker than night.
That's the Sudanese guy.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely not in order.
All eight were either given final removal orders or did not appear in their initial. That's the thing. Like, they've had their due process. Did not appeal their initial deportation order following a conviction. So they had a deportation order that was lawful. They did not appeal it. So the Trump administration has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn Murphy's decision, but no action yet has been taken. But the thing is that it was done through federal injunction is the thing. This was published on the 5th. This was published a couple weeks ago. And now the Supreme Court has basically struck down the whole injunction shit. So some random fucking Boston activist judge can't interfere with, national deportation policy. So that's the big one. Yeah, see, even the AP can't help but say it's all good news for Trump. Like, Trump's had a fucking killer week. So let's see. Parental rights. This was the next big case. Supreme Court decided 6-3 in Mahmoud versus Taylor that parents can opt their children out of the Maryland public school system's lessons when they contain themes about basically queer shit and transgenderism if they feel the content conflicts with their religious beliefs. Justice Samuel Alito, writing for the majority, said that the government burdens the religious exercise of parents when it requires them to submit their children to instruction that poses a very real threat of undermining the religious beliefs and practices that the parents wish to instill. The Trump administration celebrated the ruling as a victory for parental rights, while Justice Sotomayor said in a scathing dissent that the High Court's decision would open floodgates for students to opt out for a wider range of lessons. Well, first of all, Sotomayor is a psychopath. Second of all,
yeah,
this is a victory. Don't get me wrong. This is absolutely a victory. This is absolutely parents should have the right to determine what their kids are taught. However,
yeah,
I don't think that a parent should have to have religious beliefs to be able to do that. Like,
I agree.
It shouldn't be because the thing is, the parents can opt their children out of a Maryland public school system's lessons when they contain themes about homosexuality. And it says if they feel the content conflicts with their religious beliefs, that shouldn't be there.
That's all unnecessary.
Any parent should be able to opt their kid out of anything like this. And honestly, in a perfect world, they should be able to opt out of it on the grounds that they disagree with the religion that the kids are being taught.
Yeah.
Because gender ideology, which is where this shit comes from, well, maybe not homosexuality, but definitely transgenderism comes from, is agnostic cult. It is a religion. And in a perfect world, it gets recognized as such and doesn't get taught in it at all under, separation of church and state grounds. But even then, parents should be able to opt their kids out of anything like any kind of religious teachings, which transgender and gender ideology absolutely are. But it's a step, it opens the door to that, essentially. Because what this says, it's like, those parents get to opt their kids out of this psycho-gender ideology shit, but I don't because of their religious beliefs. That ain't right. It should be available to everyone. So you can see where this can easily go forward and just blanket any parent, no matter the religious beliefs, can opt their kids out of getting taught about this crazy bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's another good one. And then here's another one. Age verification of explicit websites. So the Supreme Court allowed Texas to require age verification for users of porn websites, dealing a win to those aiming to block children from accessing explicit material online. A trade association for the porn industry brought the lawsuit. It's interesting. It's alleging that the age requirement meant that the state was unconstitutionally regulating free speech on the internet. This is a major victory for children, parents, and the ability of states to protect minors from the damaging effects of online pornography. Texas AG Ken Paxton said in a statement, "Hey, look at that. Ken Paxton did something right. Companies have no right to expose children to pornography and must institute reasonable age verification measures." My whole thing about this is, it's I get where the porn industry is coming from to a degree, but they're really starting to overlap with the whole transgender lobby to me a bit, when they it seems like they're really, really adamant about making sure that kids have access to their content. And it's starting to creep me out. You know what I mean? The porn industry is I could even see it under privacy grounds, because you have to submit information about yourself to a porn website to be able to be verified and that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I get that, but it's the porn industry seems hell bent on making sure that kids access their shit, which is essentially the same canary in the coal mine that killed the transgender movement with the whole drag queen story hour and Desmond is amazing, that kind of shit. And I'm just you're acting really sus, porn industry. You really, really are.
Yep.
So I overall, yes, I get the point of privacy and freedom of expression and that kind of shit, but I generally overall agree with this. Kids should not be able to view this shit. So that happened. And then the last one is the Supreme Court punted its case about Louisiana's congressional maps, indicating it needed a few more questions answering during oral arguments in the fall, blah, 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 blah. So this is they just kicked it down a little bit. This is a redistricting thing. It's a less notable one. But they also opened the door for the birthright citizenship to get formally heard as a full-on case of the Supreme Court. That's gonna happen relatively soon. That'll probably happen when they get back from this recess that they just went on, because this is this all happened. They're on recess now. This all happened yesterday, the day before recess. So when they get back, that birthright citizenship thing is going to be on the table.
How long was the recess?
A few months. So, yeah. So it'll be interesting to hear that one, because if they come back and then that also gets killed, which it should, then it's just like we're back to like the whole like Trump can't stop winning thing. The whole like, we're gonna be so tired of winning, that kind of stuff. But yeah, Trump had a really good week. He had a really good fucking week. And I am for every single one of these. All three of these, I am totally happy about, actually. So, really good day. Really, really good day. Next one I've got. Among those, university people are still getting hunted down for trying to subvert the DEI shit. University of Virginia president resigns amid pressure from Trump admin over DEI initiatives. Conservative groups applaud move against Ryan, calling his diversity efforts a deliberate attempt to sidestep the law. Because that's what they're doing now. They're giving it new names and stuff like that. They're ditching the terminology, but they're keeping all the policies, and they're like it used to be like the DEI would be its own department, but that just made it easy to target. So they basically just merged it with like the central administration, so it's harder to like root out and stuff like that. They're basically trying to keep it, but on the down low. So yeah.
Wait, let's read through that. I'm curious.
Oh, I went ahead. Sorry. Oh, I am. I accidentally clicked something. Sorry. The University of Virginia president stepped down on Friday. Again, yesterday. Yesterday was just a great day. After facing intense pressure from the Trump administration over the institution's diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. James E. Ryan, who had led the school since 2018, said he had already decided that next year would be his last and decided not to, quote, fight the federal government in order to save my own job until then. To make a long story short, I am inclined to fight for what I believe in, and I believe deeply in this university, Ryan wrote to the UVA community on Friday.
That's why you're leaving.
But I cannot make a unilateral decision to fight the federal government in order to save my own job. To do so would not only be quixotic, but appear selfish and self-centered to the hundreds of employees who would lose their jobs, the researchers who would lose their funding, and the hundreds of students who could lose financial aid or have their visas withheld. This is especially true because I had decided that next year would be my last for reasons entirely separate from this episode, including the fact that we concluded our capital campaign and have implemented nearly all the major initiatives in our strategic plan. Richard D. Hardy, leader of the University of Virginia's governing board, said in a statement that he accepted Ryan's resignation with profound sadness and that he had been an extraordinary president, led the institution to unprecedented heights, and that the university has forever been changed for the better as a result of Jim's exceptional leadership. It's this typical golden parachute bullshit.
Yeah.
And this whole thing, though, like, he thinks that he's like, yeah, we got all our objectives done. I just happened to do it a year early, so I'm just going to resign now and just not, I don't need to fight because we already won. That's kind of like the attitude that he has here. But that's not the point. Yeah. The point is that the administration is still got the eye of Sauron scanning around the university system, looking for these subversive fucks in the system. That's the point. The point is that the pressure hasn't been letting up. So.
Also, let's be fucking real. It's not that you're fucking done, because you're never fucking done with this job. This is the sort of job where you stay in, then you fucking, just raking money for doing nothing for forever.
Yeah.
You fucking cunts.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. 90% of what universities do these days is a racket. It is a scam. Yeah. An absolute fucking scam. Let's see. This comes after the Trump administration had privately demanded that the university remove Ryan to help resolve a Justice Department probe into the institution's DEI practices. The Justice Department argued that Ryan had failed to dismantle the school's DEI programs and misrepresented the steps taken to eliminate them amid the administration's efforts to root out DEI in higher education. It just tells you that, like, whoever is, like, because I know that, like, Linda McMahon is, like, the lead of the Department of Education and stuff like that. I also know that, like, people like Chris Rufo, who's, like, a major activist. Robbie Starbuck is another one. And I'm sure that there are at least some people. I don't think they don't have Trump's ears directly. I mean, that's probably not even the best person to talk to about it in the administration. Linda McMahon is probably the best person to talk to about it. But I think that these activists are very, very knowledgeable about, like, how they try to hide the praxis, essentially, and they're very, like, strategically aware of of the duplicitousness of it and how it like tries to like weed its way through the institutions and stick around even when it's technically illegal and all this other kind of stuff. They're very aware of this, and they're informing the right people so that they don't let their, like, oh, they axed their program, it's all gone now. It's like, no, that it's more than that. You have to make sure that the praxis is gone, because you can exercise the praxis in a, under any name under the sun, Let's see. This was the first time the administration had pressured a university to remove its president. Well, that and the Harvard president who had to resign for all the plagiarism and shit. That's another one.
Yeah.
The sham virtue signaling of DEI has no place in our country, and the Trump administration is working tirelessly to erase this divisive, backward, and unjust practice from our society. White House spokesman Harrison Fields told Fox News Digital. Any university president willingly breaking federal civil rights law. Again, I love they use the left's own language against them. They're breaking civil rights laws, will be met with the full force of the federal government and would behoove every school in America to prioritize the civil rights of every student and end DEI once and for all. Like, I love it. I love weaponizing their own language against them. Ryan is focused on increasing diversity, blah, 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 and it just goes in. It just, whatever. Conservative groups have lambasted Ryan for what they regard as insufficient steps towards compliance with the administration's plans to eliminate DEI. America First Legal, great fucking Twitter follow, by the way. They just keep tabs on, like, everything going on, and they just sue the fuck out of anyone who even, like, smells like DEI. A nonprofit launched by Trump advisor Stephen Miller, who's a fucking legend, by the way. He's that skinny bald dude who just like spits fire in every press interview that he does. Accused the University of Virginia last month of rebranding DEI programs to skirt Trump's executive orders aimed at ending diversity initiatives. Yeah, see, they're aware. That's the point, is that they're aware. Rebranding discrimination does not make it legal, and changing a label doesn't change the substance. Megan Bradshaw, an attorney at America First Legal, said in a statement at the time, UVA's use of sanitized language and recycled job titles is a deliberate attempt to sidestep the law. The group took direct aim at Ryan, noting that he joined hundreds of other college presidents in signing a public statement condemning the administration's overreach and political interference. On Friday, the group vowed to continue to use every available tool to root out DEI. So yeah, it's like, and now they're like, well, threaten your federal funding and all that kind of stuff that violate the if you violate the Constitution. They do not get to impose ideological loyalty tests, enforce race and sex-based preferences, or defy lawful executive authority. So yeah, the whole point of this is that that
man looks like a fucking like puppet.
He really does,
like,
doesn't he?
Go up a second. To the other picture, look at his face. Like, look at how his like cheek connects to like the front of his face. Looks like one of those like fucking
He looks like he's on Botox.
I see that. I was just saying that the lines going down the face remind me of the fucking what do you call them? The puppets where you control them with like one hand, and then you don't move your mouth while you're talking through it.
Oh, ventriloquist.
Yeah, he looks like a fucking like
ventriloquist dummy. It does, doesn't he? Like you can see like somebody's mouth inside the head. Yeah. But I just wanted to say this because it was really good to see like how like this language about like rebranding discrimination doesn't make it legal. Changing a label doesn't change the substance. Sanitizing languages, you can't you're not going to distract the eye of Sauron and trick the eye of Sauron by sanitizing your language and recycling job titles, because we know what to actually look for. We know to look for the practice. You know what I mean? We know the underlying philosophy. We have been advised properly to actually root this shit out. So that's very good news. I think that's the last kind of political article I have. Everything else is just like general good news articles. Starting with 60 children saved in Florida's largest rescue operation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This is a almost half an hour long press conference, so I'm not going to play that. But this is out of Tampa. But in a significant child rescue operation named Operation Dragon Eye. Such a fucking cool name. 60 children were saved from dangerous situations across Florida. This operation is noted as the largest of its kind in both the state and the country. This is what it's all about. Protecting our kids and keeping Florida the safest state to raise a family is our #1 priority. Florida AG James Uthmayer said. Uthmayer made the announcement on Monday morning, stating that over 2 weeks, a collaborative effort involving various law enforcement agencies led to the recovery of these children, ages 9 to 17, who were at critical risk. Officials said that many were victims of trafficking, while others had been missing for an extended period. The operation was spearheaded by the U.S. Marshals Service, included support from about 20 different agencies and over 100 personnel. So this was a huge operation. Huge operation.
Yeah.
Agencies involved including the U.S. Marshal for the Central District, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Florida Department of Children and Families, Tampa Police, and St. Petersburg Police. Florida Department of Children and Families, the DCF Secretary Taylor Hatch said that her team of the 10 operatives directly helped rescue 26 of the 60 children. Furthermore, Natasha Nascimento, founder and CEO of Redefining...
Nascimento. Nascimento. Never mind. Come on.
Nascimento. Founder and CEO
Nascimento would have been a weird last name anyway.
of Redefining Refuge.
Wait.
What?
Do you know what Nascimento means?
No.
Birth.
Oh, yeah, that would be weird.
Natasha Birth. Sorry.
So this organization helped provide post-recovery services to the children. So Deku in the chat, you mentioned that these 60 kids are absolutely going to need therapy. It's like that. This is what this woman's organization does. They were already like ready for this.
Oh my fucking god!
Several children who were recovered throughout the operation were pregnant. Jesus. Nascimento noted one girl who was young and carrying the baby of a trafficker was forced to use substances, but can now have her baby be born addiction-free. In addition to rescuing these children, the operation resulted in the arrest of 8 individuals on charges ranging from human trafficking to child endangerment. With, I mean, I would think rape is in there too. Obviously, some of them are pregnant. With bond amounts reaching as high as $250 million. So, yeah, that's huge. But there's a lot of work to do now. There's a lot of work to do with these kids. So
yeah.
Next one I have is one of yours.
All right. Pat adopts cat she rescued after 380-foot fall in national park.
Cats are amazing at surviving falls, by the way.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, cats are kind of incredible. Just athletically, just generally.
Yeah.
Across the entire animal kingdom.
Yeah, they're like the most athletic animals in the world. Besides, maybe apes or like chimps, maybe. But
that's a big maybe, dude. Like as you go as you up the scale on cats, with the exception of like cheetah are like weird. But the weird exception of cheetah that are just not made to function. They're retarded.
Well, like lions too. Lions are kind of like lazy.
Well, that's just male lions. Female lions are like really athletic, right?
That's
but like
true.
if you look at big cats like tigers and jaguars, like these are fucking powerhouse animals that are also lions. It's really crazy how like just the amount of strength in those muscles is wild.
Oh,
for
man.
how for their size, it's actually like incredible.
I've seen a mountain lion. So when I was a geologist, we took this road in and out of the mine site, and the road was like built into a steep cliff. So it's like cliff, road, cliff. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
man, it's not like straight down. I mean, it's like a hill. It's a hill, road, hill. And I remember seeing a mountain lion, probably I don't know, maybe 10 feet up the hill, jump off the hill, completely clear the road, and land 5 or 10 feet on the other side of the road. And it didn't. And the thing is, like, the way it goes, like, it doesn't look like it should go as far as it does. If that makes sense. But it does. It just like hangs in the air for a ridiculously longer amount of time than it looks like it should. It's really impressive.
I need to understand. Jaguars will fucking lift their prey in their mouth up a tree. They'll casually just carry a
gazelle.
100 pounds. Yeah, like 100 pounds or more, just like casually, just in their mouth up a tree.
Yeah,
it's fucking wild. The jaw strength, the neck strength, the arm
everything strength.
It's crazy, dude. It's fucking crazy, and the springiness of their fucking limbs, like you mentioned it before, their ability to jump. Yeah, cats are just wild. Cats are truly like nature designed them to be
the
perfect in almost every way.
They really are. They really are the perfect predators. Anyway, go ahead and read the story.
Sorry. A senior cat survived a nearly 400-foot plunge that killed her owners in Bryce Canyon National Park. Has a second chance at life thanks to the rescue pilot who flew her to safety. Oh, people died. Air Force veteran Chelsea Tugal, a search and rescue helicopter pilot with the Utah Department of Public Safety, Safety's Aero Bureau, first met the remarkable cat on April 30th through a mission to recover the bodies of a couple found by hikers beneath Inspiration Point. Someone tells me that a light bulb of inspiration shattered. She and her team responded to a call from the Garfield County Sheriff's Office. How fitting. Due to the nature of the terrain, they needed our assistance with the recovery.
I just got
that. Wait, we just got what?
Garfield. I just got that. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Fuck, where was I?
Due to the nature of the terrain.
Am I blind? Yeah. She said, as part of that, they wanted us to go collect what they saw was a backpack on the hillside. So we hoisted my rescue specialist in, and he relayed to us at the time that it was actually a cat and a cat carrier. Back on the chopper, he told the crew about the cat, and the soft-sided carrier was alive. A welcome surprise for everyone on board. I can't tell you how many missions we've been on, but it's definitely the first one where we've flown a cat, Tuga said. She seemed like maybe she was in shock. She was very quiet. She didn't make any noise at all, so I figured she probably had some pretty extensive injuries from a fall like that.
Yeah, she was probably just terrified and...
Once on the ground, the cat went to Utah's Best Friends Animal Sanctuary in Kanab for veterinary care, where the staff named her Mirage, because surviving the fall seemed unreal. The veterinary team discovered Mirage suffered broken ribs and teeth and required special care in Las Vegas for fluid around her heart. Tugal followed Mirage's recovery with more than a passing interest. Soon after the rescue, she told Best Friend that she'd like to adopt Mirage if the family of the deceased couple approved, which they unequivocally did. So on May 19th, Tugal drove for nearly 6 hours to reunite with Mirage and adopt her. That was the first time I'd seen her since the rescue, so it was really fun to see her personality come out, she said. She was really outgoing and cuddly and wanting to purr, just kind of acting like a typical older cat, where she was wanting to take a nap. Oh, it's cute.
What kind of cat is that? It looks like a Maine Coon, kind of, but it's not big enough to be one of those.
No, it's not going to have to be Maine Coon. I don't know, actually. I was gonna say the pattern looks like a tabby just from looking at her forehead. That looks like a tabby pattern.
Yeah, right here.
She has long fur.
Yeah,
she has very, very long fur.
These big cheek tufts and stuff like that.
I have seen fluffy tabbies, but no idea. Do you want me to go get her?
Yeah. I want to see if she knows what kind of cat this is. 98% success rate for the seahorse. Damn. Seahorses. A lot of people are actually think that seahorses are creepy and disgusting and they hate them. I think they're cute as fuck. I think seahorses are cool. Ugly cat is best cat. Yes. Oh, it's nicknamed Mira. So it sounds like this couple was on Inspiration Point with their cat, and they all fell. And then the couple died, but the cat survived in the little carrying thing, albeit with a bunch of broken limbs and probably a broken heart. Poor thing. Oh, look at that little guy. Girl. Whatever. Hello?
Hello. Sorry.
What kind of cat is this? Would you know?
I genuinely just think it's a fluffy tabby.
That's what I said.
Yeah. No way it's a Maine Coon.
Yeah.
No, it's too
Maine
small.
Coons would be way too... Yeah.
I said judging by like the pattern on the forehead, I think it's a tabby.
Yeah, it's a fluffy
It's just
tabby.
A fluffy tabby.
It's just a fluffy tabby.
Okay. Cool. I don't know. I'm very ignorant when it comes to cat breeds and stuff like that. I don't know.
No, that's okay. I am too. I'll be honest, my knowledge on cat breeds is very limited. But I know the basics, and I'm pretty sure
That's a
that
fluffy
is
tabby.
just a long-haired tabby.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Archie, right?
He's a
Your
short-haired cat.
baby
Mm-hmm.
is a tuxedo American short hair.
Okay. Little tomcat.
So, yeah. So whenever your vet asks what kind of cat he is, you're just gonna say American short hair.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
Tuxedo is like the pattern.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Because he's a tuxedo, just like Tabby is the pattern.
Right.
So Jin Jr. is a tabby, but he's an American short hair.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's
That
fun
was the
how
question
they
we
can
had.
have like different coats as well, even like among siblings, like Truffle and Cheddar.
Yeah, Truffle and Cheddar are siblings, and Truffle is a fluffy orange tabby.
No, that's Cheddar.
Sorry, Cheddar is a fluffy orange tabby with a orange and white pattern instead of like the browns and the blacks. And Truffle was a calico,
Oh.
even though they're from the same litter, with a calico mom. Well, to be fair,
Winter, I mean?
Winter is a white calico.
He is?
Yes, Winter is white and he has calico patterns.
Isn't he male?
Yes.
Aren't Calico
Not
male?
calico, tabby. Sorry.
Yeah, tabby.
He's a white tabby,
Yeah, I was
Okay.
like,
which is not very common. Jin is technically a silver tabby because the main color in his coat is silver rather than brown.
And Luna is a Harlequin.
Yeah,
Ooh,
because
what's
of
that?
the amount of colors she has. Or because of the
Well,
Like random?
not the colors.
It's the like color splotches.
Yeah,
Like,
it's the
style.
color spot. Hold on.
Yeah, it's like bicolor. It's like she's bicolor. She's just black and white.
But it's like seemingly random though.
Yeah.
Huh.
And,
The
and
splotches are like,
yeah, it's like random splotches.
yes. It can
Okay.
be multicolor. No. See, Luna. My dad's Luna would be considered a Harlequin. Specifically because of that.
Wait, what is it? The
Okay, Calico's faces aren't typically divided straight like that.
Huh.
Cause see,
oh,
see, but that
well, just look up Calico versus Harlequin. You can maybe.
sorry, we
I'll put my hat on.
Jesus Christ.
No,
This
you're
is a
not.
dive.
You're talking
Actually,
about all
stay
these.
there. Anyway, I'm gonna go pee.
yeah. Go piss, girl.
He's right there.
Yeah, so cute. I thought that story was adorable.
It's kind of
You
sad,
know,
but also
if-
but also happy because it's literally like a
Yes.
couple and their cat in the cat carrier fell off a cliff. The couple died, but the cat lived, albeit with a bunch of broken bones and teeth. And they managed to save the cat, and the pilot adopted it. So,
Yeah. Honestly, I might take up your offer about weekly animal news.
oh yeah, so Pathos sent me like for clips of the week. She sent me like the top dog moments of the week from like a TikTok channel that she watches, and I was like, you know what? Maybe we should just do like a wholesome animal news segment with Patho every week.
What are you doing with my wallet? Hey! Quit that!
It was like that.
Leave it alone.
Anyways, bye.
Bye. Okay.
Bitch.
Why are you calling me a bitch?
You mean to me.
I'm not mean to you.
You're a bitch to me.
What'd I do? What'd I do?
I'm gonna sleep.
No, wait, give me a little kiss. Please. Please. Okay.
Where do you think you're going?
Alright.
That's a very good idea.
Okay. Continue with the story.
Okay.
You're reading this.
Sorry. Where am I?
Right here.
Now Mirage, nicknamed Mira, is adapting to her new home with Tugala's family, which includes her husband, their 2 cats, and a German shepherd named
Xerxes.
Xerxes?
Xerxes. Persian. The guy
Xerxes.
it's the guy who fought against Leonidas at the Battle of Thermopylae. You know, the whole 300.
Right.
Yeah. Spartans, yeah.
While Mira remains a tad leery of the dog, the 12-year-old cat is getting along well with her new feline siblings, Max and Milo. Milo?
Milo.
Milo. She seems enamored with her forever family. Mira loves to cuddle. She'll come and sit on our laps and purr all the time. Tugal says she's very much a people cat, so it's been good. For her part, Tugal loves that Mira purrs and cuddles so much. It's the cutest thing when I'll be laying in bed and she'll want to crawl under the sheets and just curl up next to me to sleep. Luna does that. Well, Luna used to do that whenever, when we used to let her into the room. Now she doesn't. I kind of feel bad about it. Tugal hopes Mira's story inspires people to be more open to adopting older pets. She noted that senior pets in animal shelters across the country are often skipped over and wishes they'd be offered a second chance at life outside of a shelter. It's true. Hope inspires people to reconsider because they're just the most lovable pets, and a lot of times you'll find an elderly animal that's already been trained, she said. I'm glad Mira was able to come home with me, and I hope that she gets to spend the nice, relaxing rest of her life in our home. Yeah, that's very, very true, chat. Oftentimes the older cats and older dogs, they get skipped over and they end up just living the rest of their life out in these shelters. And it's kind of sad.
Yeah, it is. That's the
Kinda
fate
sad,
that a lot of pets have that fate.
Yep.
Oh.
If you ever go to a shelter, chat, you see they have an older cat, be the change you want to see. Pick up an older cat. Oftentimes they don't even have any problems or anything.
Well, that's the thing. It's like when you pick up an older cat, or even an older dog, they know exactly. They're completely trained. They know exactly how to be, in and around your space. You don't have to do anything for them. They're already ready to go.
Mm-hmm. That's very, very true.
Oh. Okay. Are you ready for a slow speed pursuit?
Yes.
Not so hot pursuit of burglary suspects sees police cars chase a tractor excavator at walking pace. So it's not even like a tractor. This is like a backhoe. So North Charleston, South Carolina, police in South Carolina engaged in a not-so-hot pursuit as they chased a
By the
track-
way, real quickly, I looked it up. I was right. My wife was wrong. Harlequin cats are only bicolor. She looked up Harlequin cats in images, and there was a few calicos in there, and it's just mislabeled. But Harlequin cats are in fact bicolor, with white fur and colored markings.
There
But
you
they're
go.
always bicolor. If they're tricolor, it's a calico.
Oh, okay. So they chased a tractor excavator down a main highway for more than an hour at the speed of navigational walks. The chase reached speeds of 3 miles per hour early Sunday morning in North Charleston. At that point, you can just run up alongside the thing and jump up and grab the guy. It's a backhoe. Like, you could climb on it, you know?
Yeah.
Officers on a different call saw the big piece of construction equipment with treads and a shovel in front go across U.S. Highway 78 around 3:30 a.m. North Charleston police wrote in their report. A few minutes later, they got a burglary call from a business that was heavily damaged and saw the excavator slowly heading away. Man, was this guy trying to pull off like another Meheimer event? This is like the dollar store Meheimer, chat. Several cars immediately joined in a very slow speed pursuit. The excavator was going so slow that the cruisers would have to briefly stop several times a minute to not pass the construction equipment. They had their blue lights and sirens on and told the excavator driver over the loudspeakers that he was under arrest and needed to stop. Other cruisers blocked traffic. The chase went on for an hour and 12 minutes before the excavator...
No fucking way! You fucking waited an hour and 12 fucking minutes for it to get fucking stuck, dude.
Yeah. It got, let's see. It drove onto the Charleston County Fairgrounds property where it got stuck. The driver tried to run, but was followed by a drone until a police dog and handler caught up. The 53-year-old driver of the excavator was charged with failure to stop for a blue light and 2 counts of malicious injury to real property and remained in the Charleston County Jail on a $22,000 bond, according to jail records.
What the fuck? Is there a video of this? Video of this. Of this hot pursuit.
Yeah.
Not so hot pursuit. Oh my fucking god, dude.
It's just a fucking backhoe. This... They did
No
this
way,
for, they did this for an hour and 12 minutes. They did this.
Why?
They could have stopped. They could have actually stopped for donuts at the gas station, and like not lost them.
Why? What is the purpose of this? Why? Were they just bored?
Yeah, so that's the riveting slow speed chase.
Why?
Man, dude, I have to say that, like, if there's one, like, cops must have, like, whenever they, like, they retire and then, like, the grandkids come to visit them for Christmas or Thanksgiving, went there, they're like, tell me a story, granddaddy. You know, like, they have the best fucking stories for their grandkids. You know, like, there is no profession. Maybe like hospital workers. I think that hospital workers are the only other ones that would have like as many crazy stories as law enforcement people.
From I have a friend who worked for like as like hospital security for a while, and he's told me about like weird as shit. He found he had one time a homeless guy came in and was like, I need help, and he had he was holding like a duck. Like in front of him, like in front of his crotch. And he wasn't wearing pants. He's like, I need help. And it's like everyone's like,
oh no, oh no.
And his cock got stuck in the duck, dude.
Fucking trying to test out the cloaca, the clissy.
But that's what happened. Everyone's like, let go of the duck. Let's go of the duck, and it's still there. It's like, oh no.
I just took a swig of water when you said that. Oh my god. But yeah, dude, like the shit that you see, like
I'm not the
Yeah, like I'm telling you, it's got like hospitals and fucking law enforcement have got to have the best fucking like stories that they like just like fill their brains up with over the course of their careers. Like honestly, I actually have a lot of like really like crazy stories from my time as a geologist, and I was only a geologist for 2 years, a little more than 2 years. I bet if I stated that profession,
human jaw.
What? Say again?
I have a friend. I've seen a picture of a human jaw. I have a friend who's a surgeon.
Mm-hmm.
And he posted in our group chat one day randomly. He was like, "Hey, you guys want to see a jaw?" And we were like, "What?" And then he posted it. It was just like a bloody, freshly removed human jaw. Some guy had to get surgery I think he had like cancer or something in his jaw, and like the whole lower jaw had to go.
Oh man!
So the entire lower jaw was removed, and it's like, yeah, the guy's gonna be eating through a straw for a couple weeks until we get his new one.
A prosthetic jaw, yeah.
What?
That's fucking yeah, dude. NDA, how in the hell did that not get censored? Read NDA's most recent comment.
Ducks are the few birds who have vaginas. They're mazes because the reproduce via rape, so the males have spring-loaded corkscrew penises to rape better.
This is true. Ducks have corkscrew penises. I don't know how that didn't get censored, NDA.
It's clearly just informational.
You know why? You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of the end of Monty Python, not Monty Python, Blazing Saddles, when they're going through like giving their qualifications to be bad guys, and he's like, "What are your qualifications?" And the guy's like, "Rape, murder, arson, and rape." You said rape twice. I like rape. Like NDA said rape twice in the chat and it didn't get censored. That's amazing. Okay. Let's talk a little bit more of a serious topic. Let's talk about Rwanda. So at the what do you say at the behest, but like it was hosted. So Marco Rubio again, fucking Mr. Grown Up Rubio, man. He fucking Big Rubio, big cock Rubio. He basically was like the middleman in this really important peace treaty that was signed between Rwanda and the Republic of Congo. So Rwanda, Congo signed peace deal in the U.S. to end fighting and attract investment. So, and this is the thing. Honestly, the most important part of this is actually this: attract investment.
I was gonna say, like, attract investment. Yeah, like here's the thing, right? It's easy to just be like to be like, oh, just make them make peace, but that's just not the way it works, right? People have like grudges.
Yep.
Right. So you have to distract that grudge with something else. You have to entice them to want peace. Right, because there's a point at which people forget the original reason they went to war for, and at that point it's just, at that point you're just going to war because you hate the other person because you've been fighting them for so long.
Yeah, it becomes the old Hatfield versus McCoy situation where they're just killing each other because they've just always killed each other.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes a beef over the blood, not even like what actually happened.
Exactly.
And so you really have to distract that grudge, right? Like that beef over grudge with something else. You really have to in order to like actually have lasting peace. And that like, hey, there's money in it.
Yeah. When you tie trade deals,
people no longer. Yeah, exactly. Like it's like people are no longer going to be afraid to come to these countries. You're not going to be in war. You're going to attract some investment, right? And maybe you actually grow your countries and blah 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 blah. We both just knock it off. It's like,
well, that's the thing. Like that's one of the things.
When you put it like that, it sounds like it no longer does it feel like one side's giving up, right? It doesn't feel like, oh, like I'm forgiving because of my cause. Like, no, you're just moving on and you're doing something better for yourself, and that goes for both sides, right?
Yeah, and a lot of these, it's such a shame too because like so many of these countries, like especially like in the Middle East and Southeast Asia and Africa and Central Africa particularly, but really all of Africa at this point, like if you've actually like seen these places, you know what I mean? Like, if they weren't just fucking constantly caught in these like circles of violence and civil war and all the and these fucking grudges that go like all the way back to like tribal days and shit like that, you know what I mean? If they could get out of that, like these places could make a killing in the tourism industry. Like if they were if they were stable, safe places, because like Iran, like the Ural Mountains are gorgeous. They are so fucking beautiful, but nobody goes there because it's in Iran. you know, like there's so many parts of this world that are like that would be like huge tourist draws if they could like put their guns down and move on from these grudges and stabilize themselves and like actually have like functioning economies with functioning governments and shit like that. But they've always just been stuck in this like this miasma of war and conflict and strife.
Yep.
So let's get to the article. And this, by the way, this also happened on Friday. Again, this like
another win.
Yeah, so the NATO thing, the Supreme Court stuff, and this all happened yesterday. Like I said, yesterday was a huge fucking big victory day for the Trump administration.
Sorry, can I pause real quick?
Sure.
So, when I made the little baggie, or when we made the little baggie, like for like the kittens that we gave away, I had to write a letter where we basically told them like what the cat's personalities are, so they have an idea of what they're of what they're gonna be dealing with and what the cat's like, right? And like what sort of habits they have,
what their demeanor is, like, and yeah,
like the female cat likes scratching, so like make sure you get a scratching post for her, stuff like that, right? But we also included these little toys, their favorite toys that they had while they were here. I ended up buying a vibrating mouse that kind of like slowly walks along the floor for the cats, and they didn't like it, and Archie didn't really mind it, like really care about it too much either. But Cheddar really liked it, so I was like, fuck it, we'll just give it to that lady. Who cares?
Yeah.
Right? We'll give it to her for Cheddar. Right? And then there was a little jingly ball that the female cat liked, so we left her for her. And I told Faith, I was like, wouldn't it be cute if we made a similar little like gift baggie for Helmsman with Archie? Do you want to know what Archie's favorite toy is?
What?
It's a car adapter.
A what?
Like the like little like car adapter for like your phone that you connect into like the like cigarette lighter in like a car.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's his favorite toy. Yeah, dude, he's playing with it right now. I can hear him in the background. You can hear like.
I can hear him like making a ruckus in the background. Yeah,
that's him just playing with the fucking car adapter. He's been playing with it like right behind me for like the last like I don't know like 15 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear him. We can hear him rustling around.
Yeah, he fucking loves that thing. He loves that thing more than like the ball that jingles, more than like the spring, more than anything. He does really like the spring too, but that's his favorite, dude. The fucking car adapter.
Okay.
He fucking loves that thing.
Fair enough.
Anyway, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I had to mention it because I've been hearing in the background for like the last like 15 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
I have too. I guess figured that he's just playing in the background. That's all. Okay.
You know with what?
Yeah, now I know with what. So Rwanda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, signed a U.S. brokered peace agreement on Friday, raising hopes for an end to fighting that has killed thousands and displaced hundreds of thousands more this year. The agreement marks a breakthrough in talks held by U.S. President Donald Trump's administration and aims to attract billions of dollars of Western investment to a region rich in tantalum, gold, cobalt, copper, lithium, and other minerals. I have no fucking clue what tantalum is. I'm gonna look it up right now because I feel like I should know what this is as a geologist, as a former geologist. Rare, hard, and dense transition metal with a lustrous gray-blue appearance. High melting point. Okay, so it's an electrical thing. Okay. Interesting. What's the chemistry of it? What the fuck is the chemistry of it? Is it an element? It is. It's its own element. Huh. I don't remember that one from the periodic table. Anyway. Okay. Let's see. At ceremony with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Washington, the two African countries' foreign ministers signed the agreement pledging to implement a 2024 deal that would see Rwanda troops withdraw from eastern Congo within 90 days, according to a copy seen by Reuters. Kinshasa and Kigali will also launch a regional economic integration framework within 90 days, the agreement said. They were going at it for many years, and with machete, it is one of the worst wars that anyone has ever seen. And I just happen to have somebody that was able to get it settled, Trump said on Friday, ahead of signing the deal in Washington. We're getting for the United States a lot of the mineral rights from the Congo as part of it. They're so honored to be here. They never thought they'd be coming. Rwanda, see, this is interesting too, because you want to know what country has invested incredibly in the infrastructure and resources of China. I just said it, damn it, of Africa. It's China. China has been buying the fuck out of Africa over the last several decades. And while they've been actually treating them seriously, basically providing the means of economic growth and infrastructure development, as well as militarization. The United States has offered, condoms for gay people and DEI and LGBTQ shit. That's what we've been throwing. We have not been treating Africa seriously, whereas China has. And here, the Trump administration comes in, and we're just like, we're going to sign a major minerals agreement with these two countries, which is brilliant because that means that the countries lose that massive economic boon if they decide to pop off again, so they have huge financial incentive to keep the peace. Let's see, and dude, this war was fucking crazy and brutal. I have like a little summary of it here that we can go over after the article. Let's see, we're getting for the United States a lot of the mineral rights from the Congo as part of it. They're so honored to be here. They never thought they'd be coming. Rwandan Foreign Minister Olivier, oh Jesus. What the fuck is that? This.
Rwandan Foreign Minister Olivier Nduhungirehe.
That wasn't bad, actually. Nduhungirehe called the agreement a turning point. Congo Foreign Minister Teresa Kayikwamba. That's a fun one. There's so many fun names in Africa.
Foreign Minister
Kayikwamba.
Teresa Kayikwamba Wagner.
It's just, I'm sorry, but English, like, it sounds so fun in an African accent. Then it must be followed by disengagement. Trump later met both officials in the Oval Office, where he presented them with letters inviting Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi.
Congolese President Felix. I wrote. Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi. That's not it.
It's like you try to. It's like there's a stick in the spokes of the bicycle wheel, and it's coming around, and you see it coming, and you're trying to clear the stick before it hits the thing, and but you can't figure it out, and then the stick hits it, you're like, ah!
Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi.
Did she suck a D?
Did she suck a D?
Did she suck a D? I don't want to make fun of these people because they did a good thing.
And his Rwandan counterpart, Paul Kagame.
Much easier. That sounds Japanese.
Hold on. Do you know what Kagame means in Spanish?
No.
It means shit for me. Kagame. Shit on me, or like shit for me, basically. Like, yeah.
Okay. To Washington to sign a package of agreements that Masad Abolos, Trump's senior advisor for Africa, dubbed the Washington Accord. Yeah, dude, Deku is 100% right. These countries are about to make fucking bank. Like, this is huge. Yep. This is actually a really big fucking deal. And then told Trump that past deals had not been implemented and urged Trump to stay engaged. Trump warned of very severe penalties, financial and otherwise, if the agreement is violated. Rwanda has sent at least 7,000 soldiers over the border, according to analysis and diplomats in support of the M23 rebels.
Told Trump that past years had not been implemented and urged Trump to stay engaged. Trump warned very severe penalties, financial and otherwise, if the agreement is violated.
Yeah, so a lot of what this recent one is, it's basically this M23 rebel gang in the Congo has like seized a bunch of mining areas, like really lucrative mining areas, as well as their two largest cities. They've basically taken over like fucking barbecue overdid in Haiti. They pulled one of those. And that gang has been getting support from neighboring Rwanda. So that's like the kind of the nature of the current conflict. The gains by M23, the latest cycle in a decades-old conflict with roots in the 1994 Rwandan genocide.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's like there's always like some like big event that sparked it all, and then from there everything's just like people don't need. They're not fighting over that event anymore. That's what they're fighting over. They're fighting over what happened as a result of that event, and they're fighting after what happened as a result of that, and then they're fighting after what happened as a result of that, and it's just like constant back and forth.
Yeah.
Payback, basically.
Sparked fears that a wider war can draw in Congo's neighbors. And then here we get into the economic deal. So Bolos told Reuters in May that Washington wanted the peace agreement and accompanying minerals deals to be signed simultaneously this summer. Rubio said on Friday that...
That's great.
Yeah. Rubio said on Friday that the heads of state
would be... There's no time for anything to go off. Or to change or to go wrong. Just change it all at once. It's like, boom, done.
Yep. Would be here in Washington in a few weeks to finalize the complete protocol and agreement. However, the agreement signed on Friday gives Congo and Rwanda 3 months to launch a framework to expand foreign trade and investment derived from regional critical mineral supply chains. That is good. Oh, man. These countries are about to be swimming in money. They're about to get premium money flow from Western countries for these minerals that aren't China, which is a huge fucking deal. A source familiar with the matter told Reuters on Friday that another agreement on the framework would be signed by the heads of state at a separate White House event at an unspecified time. There is an understanding that progress is ongoing talks in Doha. That's Qatar, by the way. A separate but parallel mediation effort with delegations from the Congolese government and M23. It's crazy that the gang M23 has their own delegation. Is essential before the signing of the economic framework. The agreement signed on Friday voiced full support for the Qatar-hosted talks. It also says that Congo and Rwanda will form a joint security coordination mechanism within 30 days and implement a plan agreed last year to monitor and verify the withdrawal of Rwandan soldiers within 3 months. Congolese military operations targeting the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, a Congo-based armed group that includes remnants of Rwanda's former army and militias that carried out the 1994 genocide, are meant to conclude over the same time frame. Reuters reports on Thursday that Congolese negotiators had dropped an earlier demand that Rwandan troops immediately leave eastern Congo, paving the way for the signing ceremony on Friday. Congo, the United Nations, and Western powers say Rwanda is supporting M23 by sending troops and arms. Rwanda has long denied helping M23, saying its forces are acting in self-defense against Congo's army and ethnic Hutu militiamen linked to the 94 Rwanda genocide, including the FDLR. This is the best chance we have at a peace process for the moment, despite all the challenges and flaws, said Jason Stearns, a political scientist at Simon Fraser University in Canada who specializes in Africa's Great Lakes region. Similar formulas have been attempted before, Stearns added, and it will be up to
watching your mouse bounce up and down, and I was like, why is my mouse moving? And I realized it's your mouse.
Yeah,
why
it's my
is your
mouse.
moving?
Oh, this... I don't know.
You just move it just up and down like while you're reading?
Yeah, it's just a tick.
I see.
Similar formulas have been attempted before. It will be up to the United States, as they are the godfather of this deal, to make sure both sides abide by the terms.
The daddy. The NATO daddy.
Yep. The agreement signed on Friday says Rwanda and Congo will de-risk mineral supply chains and establish value chains that link both countries in partnership as appropriate with the U.S. and U.S. investors. The terms carry a strategic message. Securing the East also means securing investments, said Tresor Kibangula, a political analyst at Congo's Ebituli Research Institute. It remains to be seen whether this economic logic will suffice to end the fighting, though. So, this is a really, really big thing. And it's like, it's like I'm sure the people in chat know this, but like this whole war, like it goes back to the Rwandan genocide and stuff. I'm just going to go to the background. Since 1996, conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo has led to approximately 6 million deaths. First Congo War, 96 to 97, began in the wake of the 94 Rwandan genocide, during which ethnic Hutu extremists killed an estimated 1 million minority ethnic Tutsis and moderate Hutus in Rwanda. During and following the genocide, nearly 2 million Hutu refugees crossed the Congolese border, mostly settling in refugee camps in the North Kivu and Southern Kivu provinces. A small subset of those Rwandans who entered DRC were Hutu extremists who began organizing militias within the Congo. Pressure intensified as Tutsi militias organized against the Hutu groups and as foreign powers began taking sides. I'm not going to go into this whole background, because honestly, it kind of goes against the nature of the stream. But this has been a bloody and brutal conflict for decades now. So if we can get this thing really fully finalized and we can get like major financial investments basically securing the peace, that's a really big fucking deal. That's a really big fucking deal. So, yeah. Yeah, Deku, you're not wrong. Like this, like if you go to like the Wikipedia of this thing, like you can turn this war into like an epic, 6-season long fucking like epic show. It's a wild conflict, but that's a story for another time. I just wanted to highlight the good news of recent, which is this piece.
Yeah, you can see everyone there was fucking smiling.
Yeah, they're happy. They're just like. They all think that this is like our best chance at like ending the cycle. You know what I mean? Like if we can get all these Western investors into the country, because Western investments means Western companies and Western people on the ground in these countries. You know what I mean? Which means that which means if you attack us, you're also attacking these Western countries and the people of these Western countries. You don't want to be doing that, and then you have all the financial stuff on top of that. It's a really, really good way to secure peace, essentially, and kind of end this cycle. So, yeah, very, very, very good news from the Rwanda-Congo conflict there. The Chad Civil War was pretty absurd. Dude, every civil war on the African continent has been fucking insane. So, okay. You want to talk about mummies?
Yes.
So, the fungus that may have caused King Tut's curse, also called the Pharaoh's curse, shows promise in treating cancer. The scientists have found that the deadly tomb fungus called Aspergillus flavus may hold the key to promising new treatments for leukemia. A toxic fungus, once thought to have caused fatal lung infections in tomb explorers, may hold the key to powerful new cancer treatments, new research suggests. Within months of the discovery of the tomb of King Tut in 1922, the Earl who had financed the excavation had visited the wonderful burial site died, leading many to believe the mummy had cursed those who entered the tomb. In the 1970s, 10 of the 12 archaeologists excavating the 15th century crypt of King Casimir IV in Poland also met a similar fate. Analysis of Casimir's tomb revealed the presence of a fungus called Aspergillus flavus, toxins of which are known to cause a deadly lung infection. Now, the same fungus has shown promise as a treatment for leukemia, according to a new study published in Nature Chemical Biology. The researcher team identified and engineered a class of molecules within the fungus called asparagimicins that kill leukemia cells in a laboratory setting. This is nature's irony at its finest, study senior author Sherry Gao, a professor of chemical and biomolecular engineering at the University of Pennsylvania, said in a statement. The same fungus once feared for bringing death may now help save lives. Aspergillus flavus produces spores that are able to lie dormant for centuries, including inside sealed tombs. When disturbed, the fungus can cause deadly respiratory infections, particularly in people with weakened immune systems. In their new study, the scientists examined the unique chemical compounds produced by the fungus and discovered a class of natural compounds called RIPPs, ribosomally synthesized Rips, yeah. Also ironic. Ribosomally synthesized and post-translationally modified peptides. That is a mouthful. Giggity. These molecules are difficult to isolate and rarely seen in fungi, but they hold therapeutic promise due to their complex structures and bioactivity. This means they have intricate, unique shapes that can interact with biological systems in powerful ways, such as killing cancer cells. We found 4 novel asparagamisins with an unusual interlocking ring structure. Lead author Kyuyi Nai, a researcher in chemical and biomolecular engineering at the University of Pennsylvania, said in a statement. 2 of them had strong anti-leukemia properties even without modification. To enhance the drug's effectiveness. Yeah, right? To enhance the drug's effectiveness, the researchers attach lipid molecules similar to those found in royal jelly, the nutrient-rich substance that sustains queen bees. I was going to say that. I was like, that's what queen bees eat. This enabled the drugs to enter cancer cells more efficiently because lipids help drugs cross cellular membranes, which are made largely of fats themselves. Further analysis revealed how a gene called SLC46A3 acts as a kind of molecular gateway, helping the drug escape cellular compartments and target leukemia cells directly. This discovery could aid in the delivery of other promising but hard-to-administer drugs in the future. Unlike broad spectrum...
How we discovered that fucking mold makes penicillin.
Oh, yeah. Just the discovery of antibiotics in general, right?
Yeah.
Unlike broad-spectrum chemotherapy agents that can damage healthy cells, asparagamisins appear to specifically disrupt leukemia cell division without affecting healthy tissues. Early tests also suggest the compounds have minimal effects on breast, liver, and lung cancer cells. According to the researchers, this selectivity is important to minimizing unwanted side effects. In addition to asparagamisins, the team believes similar life-saving compounds may be hidden in other fungal species. The team are planning to test asparagamisins in animal models with the eventual goal of launching human clinical trials. And by scanning fungal genomes and exploring more strains of Aspergillus, they hope to unlock new treatments. The ancient world is still offering us tools for modern medicine, said Gao. The tombs were feared for their curses, but they may become a wellspring of cures.
That's cool.
That's freaking cool. Yeah. Gotta go. Food is here. Okay, see you, Deku. But I don't really have anything to comment other than what you guys said. That's freaking cool.
Go up.
What?
Go up. Go up. Always up. Always up. NASA zombie satellite.
Oh, I think it's like a dead satellite.
Oh, wait, hold on. That God King mystery one, that's one that I actually saw, but that one's, like, kind of silly.
Oh, yeah, I've read this too. And I was like, I read it too, because I was like, that sounds interesting. And I was like, eh.
No. Yeah. I did read that one. I saw that one. That one came up on my Google feed, which just feeds me fun science stuff.
Yeah,
I was like, God King born from incest.
Yeah, right. I was like, that's a lot of interesting words put together.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? My God.
Yeah, so this one is basically a satellite that's supposed to basically have been dead. Like, there's a ton of essentially it's like satellite space trash that's like floating around, you know?
Yeah.
Not just in orbit, but just out in space in general. But this one emitted like a radio signal, and it was supposed to be a dead satellite. So
that's crazy.
Yeah.
60 years later, produce a random signal?
Yeah. Which is interesting. 30 nanoseconds. That is like no time at all. That might be exactly the blink of an eye. Anyway. Okay, I got 2 more for you. First, Santa Monica business owner offering plane tickets to reunite homeless people with families.
Interesting.
So a business owner in Santa Monica is offering to buy homeless people one-way flights out of Los Angeles to reunite with their loved ones. I'll leave this here with a phone number, John Al told a man sleeping on the street Thursday. It has a phone number you can call if you ever want to reunite with your family or hometown. Al believes that the current system for the homeless across Los Angeles isn't working. He believes, you don't think? He believes reunifying the homeless with their family or close friends could help turn their lives around. You'd be surprised. The reunification program is no questions asked. Al says that all the homeless participant needs is an ID and someone willing to pick them up at the airport when they land. We just need to know where you're going and that there will be someone there to help you when you get there, said Al. Despite billions of dollars spent on the homeless across Los Angeles County, Al believes that more and more people are living on the street. What we're seeing now is no accountability, said Al. There's no results. It's not result-oriented. The flights are paid for by Al and other donors associated with the Santa Monica Coalition. So far, in the first week of the program, they've received interest from 2 people living in Venice looking to fly home to Seattle. I guess you got to start somewhere. You might be better off there and getting help with services than here in Santa Monica or Los Angeles, Al told the man Thursday. According to Al, anyone currently homeless across Los Angeles is eligible for the airfare. He believes those who have recently become homeless could benefit the most. If you can get to them before they're homeless 2 years, before they get hooked on drugs, before they get involved in the sex trade, said Al, then there's hope. He's right about that.
Yep.
Al thinks that the flights would be cheaper and more effective method than putting people into temporary housing. That's also true. So just a short little thing here. I don't know how successful he's going to be. I don't think he's going to be that successful with it.
Me neither, just because I feel like most homeless people don't have someone to begin with.
I think
if they did, they would have already.
Well, there's a lot of reasons that people are homeless, and usually it's at least starts off by choice. But I can appreciate this guy putting up money to try to solve a problem, and I appreciate where his heart's at. Again, I don't think it's going to be very successful, but I mean, he's got 2 people in the first week. That's 2 less people, you know what I mean, that are homeless in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, hey, he's not going to solve the problem, but
he's doing something.
So
he's been more than
Yeah, exactly. I guess. Yeah, exactly.
That.
It's like, and I can appreciate that. So I don't really have much here except that. Just no. It is what it is. Homelessness in California is. I mean, everything in California is shit. Let's just be real. Okay, I got one more story. I had to say this one for last.
Oh yeah, photos of top surfing dogs catching waves at Huntington Beach.
I'll let you read this one.
Oh hell yeah!
Huntington
Beach, California. Fans flocked to Huntington Beach on Friday to watch top canine athletes compete in the Purina Pro Plan Incredible Dog Challenge Surf Contest. That's a mouthful. The PPPIDCSC. Dogs ranging from 2 to 13 years old, corgis, Dalmatians, pit bulls, Labradors, and more showed off their skills riding waves, drawing cheers from beachside spectators as they aimed to hang 10 and secure a spot in canine surfing history.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Look at that. They give him like a little wetsuit and everything. Oh, he looks kind of scared. They put like these little GoPros on the front of the surfboards.
That's an 11-year-old dog.
Carrier Carson catches a wave during the annual Incredible Dog Challenge Western Regional Surfing Competition.
Shotted.
Shaw.
Shotted.
I fucking love, dude. That's one of my favorite. Dude, that viral video of that surfer dude who gets interviewed. It's like a 30 where he's like, it's all like, whoa, that dude. That's one of my favorite videos of all time. That's like no joke, because that's just a dude who just loves what he does. You know what I mean? And I fucking love that. So there's a big golden retriever up there. There's a little terrier. A Dalmatian. Get them all.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Look at it. Look at them shades. He is styling. He's just like chilling. He's like, yeah, I am
I'm
here.
ready, dude.
I'm fucking ready. I
I'm
got
ready to
this.
ride some waves, bro. I'm tubular or something.
Dragging the board into the water.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, the article has pictures. It's great.
Yeah, that's all. It's all just pictures. That's all it was. That's why I wanted to save it for last.
That's great.
It's awesome.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
Yeah, totally. Okay. That's all the stories I had. I do have clips of the week. I do want to watch. I want to watch the gameplay trailer for Dawn Walker.
Yeah, I'd love to.
You want to do that now?
Throw that on. Yes, throw that on. Throw that on.
Okay. Okay. Let's do that now.
I haven't watched it yet.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Let me that. All right. So this is the official gameplay trailer for Blood of the Dawn Walker, which I think I'm hyped for it, but you're more hyped for it than anyone I know. So
I'm so excited.
you're like crazy excited for this. So let's go ahead and watch this gameplay trailer.
I kind of put likely mature instead of rating pending. It's like you know what it's gonna fucking
Yeah, you know what it's gonna rate. You know. You know.
Pre-beta version of the game.
Yeah, this game is still years away, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's record on PC.
Hello, my name is Daniel Sadowski and I'm the design director at Rebel Wolves. I would like to welcome you to the Blood of Dawnwalker summer gameplay video. Our game is a story-driven, open-world dark fantasy RPG set in medieval Europe.
I noticed that they I'm noticing time limits. See that?
Yeah, I like that.
I like that.
The game is currently in pre-beta stage, and what we are going to show.
I like that specifically because, like, I know people are like, oh, I hate having, like, time limits for stuff in games. It stresses me out, blah, blah, blah. But when it's like, oh, you have this many days to do this quest. This quest's not going to be there forever. I like it because it gives you a sense of direction of, like, priority, you know?
Yeah, I think that, like, it's case by case. Like, I have no problem inherently with time limits. It just needs to be executed properly. Like, the fucking 3-day... The 3-day time limit cycle from like Majora's Mask from back in the day is phenomenal. That is, that's like a time limit executed perfectly, you know? But it also makes it kind of like rescue your family. It's like, okay, if this was an Ubisoft game, like you would just have that rescue your family sitting in your quest log forever while you just like wander around looking for treasure chests and, you know, and towers to climb and bullshit. Whereas it kind of removes from the immersion of it, you know? Whereas like when you have 3 weeks to rescue your family, it's like, well,
I like when like there's stakes, you know?
It's like, yeah, I have some time to do other things, but I'm gonna rescue my fucking family because you know what I mean? Like it makes sense to actually push the player to actually do the thing that the character in the game would actually be motivated to do and not just wander off into the woods to do whatever, you know?
Yeah.
But what's also interesting is because if there's like 22 days left or something like that, I'm curious how like time progresses in the game. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say, like, I like when the game has things progressing outside of what's happening directly around you.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about.
Show
Like how the
you
world
is just
evolves
a
over
part
time.
of one of the mid-game quests. It's a really cool story involving legendary swords and a haunted almshouse, but today we'll focus on showcasing our gameplay systems. We're starting on the outskirts of Svatro, the game's largest city and the capital of Vale Sangora. From here, we could head anywhere the eye can see, explore ancient ruins or sabotage vampire blood transports. But it's not just about where or when you go. It's also about how you approach the main quest and shape the story, making each playthrough uniquely your own. For now, we're following the road. Cohen is on his way to the city's cathedral, chasing leads about a powerful weapon said to be hidden in its crypts.
I hope they spruce up the various health bars and stuff down here.
I hope they put them in the top left.
Yeah, it needs to be. It needs to be on the top, and it needs to be more than white, red, and yellow lines. Like,
I'm okay with them being white, red, and yellow lines.
yeah, give them some style.
If they explain what they are.
Yeah,
just because here's the thing, I always will prefer minimalist sort of like, here's the information that you need, and it's here this really tiny spot up on the top left. It's like, all right, cool. So like that, it's like it's not blotting out the screen. I will always like prefer minimalist but effective. Like I hate when games are like, oh, we have these really, really fancy ornate bars, but like that, block a significant portion of your screen. But it's okay if you want to just look at the game. You have this option to remove them. It's like, no, I still want the information, right? I don't want the information, and making it so the information can just like not be there doesn't help. I want to have information be really neatly and minimally displayed on my screen, so I can always access information when I need. I can always see it, but just don't block my fucking screen. Like just put it up in the top left, and that's it. And make it small and simple like that. I really like that, actually. I can imagine that's a health bar, a stamina bar, and an XP bar, if I had to guess.
Yeah. And the thing is, you don't even necessarily need to show the XP bar except when you gain things on it, Yeah,
like that's even necessary. Like that could, assuming that top white bar is XP and not like magic or something, right? Like I don't even fucking need it.
I really don't.
Like,
yeah.
Like I really love that a lot of games have adopted the Bethesda staple is what I have to call it. Cause I can't think of any game I saw doing this before Bethesda, before like Oblivion and Skyrim and these games. But the fucking the compass at the top with the quest markers, that's fucking phenomenal. I love that. I love having the compass at the top with the quest markers because I know which direction I'm going, and I know where my stuff are without having to have a mini map, because mini maps cover a whole corner of the screen when you use one. Right, so I think that is like the cleanest way to do a minimap style sort of thing, without having a minimap, and it's great. It's really small, it's neat, it's thin, it's all the way to the top, and it really effectively tells you where the thing you're looking for is and how far it is, and that's all I really need to know.
Yeah.
Right. So that's perfect. Right. I like that the overall on the right you have the time, and then you have the quests. And it's small, and there's no box around it. It's just the text. You can see past the text to see what's behind it. Perfect.
I like this way of telling you like what time it is during the day. It's just like this. It's this simple little bar, and I bet like this sun, this little sun, it'll change to a moon in the evening, probably.
At dusk, it'll change to a moon, and then you'll have a bar for nighttime.
But it's like, but it's basically it's telling you like if it's noon now. I guess at this point in time, but it's telling you like where you are in the 24-hour cycle in like a simple minimalistic way, which I really like.
How is only
but
two
first we'll have to deal with some bandits who camped out by the main road. Traveling through Vale Sangora is never boring. The world is dense with quests, random encounters, and locations steep in lore. This will be a great opportunity to show you our combat system. Our goal was to make the player feel like a real swordmaster who closely observes his enemies. We'll begin this fight by using acrid dust to stun one of the enemies. Now, when you attack, you choose one of four directions: up, down, left, or right, in order to hit the opponent where he is unable to parry. And
pause. this is the Kingdom Come
It's
Deliverance.
Kingdom Come.
system.
Yeah, it's like a mishmash of Kingdom Come and The Witcher.
Yeah.
Like,
I was gonna say though, it sounds simpler than Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come has like the whole like 5 or like I guess like 6 technically because there's like the center option.
Right. There's a
Like,
stab.
system,
There's a thrusting stab.
where this is like a little bit more akin to say, what was this game called? It's that multiplayer game with like the medieval fighting. People used to love on PC, and then they released the second one. The second one kind of killed the first one, while also killing itself because it wasn't as good.
Oh gosh,
What am I thinking of?
For Honor? I don't know.
No. Sword fighting. Online game. Chivalry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it makes me think of Chivalry. Chivalry is a similar, like you do, like, left, right. Mordhau, Chivalry, yeah, there's a few. Well, Mordhau came after, but Chivalry is, like, kind of the first one to do it. And it has a very similar system where it's, like, the way that you attack, whether you swing, like, left or right, or whatever, like, will basically, like, affect
Right.
which direction you and your character is swinging from it, and they can parry in the same sort of directions.
Right.
So this is...
It forces you to
very
give
similar
thought
to that, reminds me of
thought
that.
to like everything you do in melee
Yeah.
combat, which I like. Because that's the thing. It's like when I first saw
I like
this,
using parry multiple targets. It looks cool.
because like this is all like ex-Witcher devs, and I was like, wow, this
Yeah.
it looks like Witcher combat. But then they said like you can specify, left, right, up, down, blocks and swings and
Yeah.
stuff like that. And I was like, oh, so it's Witcher plus Kingdom Come Deliverance, which
Yeah, is cool.
That's cool.
Similarly,
Very
when
cool.
defending, you have to take note of the enemy's intent and the direction of the attack. On the left side of the screen, just above Cohen's health, you have activation charges that will be filled in with each successful attack, block and parry. Once they are full, you can use
I
one
don't
of
like
the active
weapons.
abilities which
I hate the like screen dimming when your stamina goes down.
Oh,
Hate that. Do that for HP if you want, or just don't do it at all because it makes me like worse at the game because I'm like, oh, what the fuck's happening? Like
Well-
it happens even if I get used to it. It's obnoxious, and it throws me off every time.
I feel like it makes more sense to do that in first person. It doesn't make sense to do that in third person.
No, but again, if anything, do it for HP. Don't do it for fucking stamina. I fucking hate it. Hate it.
allow you to take a more tactical approach to fighting. We started the fight by throwing some acrid dust, and now let's cast Burning Blood. It's a hex which boils the enemy's blood and burns their skin, dealing physical damage over time.
How do you like?
I'm sorry, but if you like cause someone's blood to boil, that's gonna
That's
do
death.
damage over time. They're also not gonna be able to do any fucking thing except writhe in pain and agony.
Yeah.
All
I mean, I
right,
get it though.
time to
I will
finish.
say, pause. Another thing I'm not liking is the like a Witcher style, like sort of similar, like enemies being kind of spongy to blade attacks.
I noticed that.
Which I'm not a fan of in games. I prefer games where like, oh, this enemy type has this much health always,
Mhm.
and you will eventually like overlevel them and just bop the fuck out of them, and that's okay because you're gonna fight things that are tougher than that enemy.
Hmm.
You know.
Yeah, I
they
don't
also
like-
seem to want to wait to 1v1 you, yeah, which also isn't like super great. But also again, this is pre-beta, so
Yeah, and they might be giving them like a lot more health than they're going to give them in the game just for the sake of demonstration.
true.
Like they need these boys to last a little bit so that they can actually show off things. So who knows?
True, but I doubt
Just
it. It's probably gonna be like a typical like, oh, these humans are level 10 versus humans that are gonna be level 20, the same level as you, and they're gonna level with you. So humans are always about as strong as you are, no matter what. Somehow.
Oh yeah, that Dylan is right too. Like Kingdom Come got a lot of hate for the combat system because they thought it was all too complicated. But like now, like a lot of companies are trying to like do their own version of it, which is true.
Let's use the final activation charge to cast the artery attack, which actually decapitated the last opponent.
There better be hotkey slots for those kinds of things. I don't want to have to go into a menu every time to do like anything other than a basic attack.
Our hero quickly dispatched the bandits, so let's loot a few items they've left behind and open the inventory. First of all, let's replenish our health by eating something, and then take a closer look at this cool-looking weapon we just picked up. Ah, it has better stats than our current weapon, so let's equip it right now. We've also leveled up, so let's use this opportunity to spend the newly acquired skill point in one of Cohen's skill trees. The skills in the Blood of Dawnwalker are divided into 3 trees, one for human, one for vampire, and one shared between the two. We also have an active abilities panel. We can use it to unlock additional abilities to use during combat. Note that during the day, the health bar is not regenerating. You need to find consumables like the one we've just eaten. The hexes we've just used also consume some of Cohen's health. Be aware of that. The way our magic system works, there's always a price to pay for manipulating reality. But we can make it sting a bit less. Let's level up the Frugal Witchcraft skill, so next time we'll cast a hex, it'll consume fewer of Cohen's health points. Now that we've wrapped up the encounter with the bandits, we can be on our way to get inside the city. Right now, Cohen hasn't done enough to ruffle the Vampire Lord's feathers, so the gods will just wave us through.
That's
But the
really
more
cool.
damage you cause, the
I was muted, but I really like the system where it's like, yeah, during the day, you are a vampire, so you're just not gonna heal.
Yeah, you're a day
Right.
walker, so like you're not gonna like the sun isn't gonna sizzle your skin, but you do suffer. You know,
Some penalties, yeah. Like,
yeah, for being
you're
in
not
the
gonna
sunlight.
feel regen. You're just like you're just a man during the day.
Right.
Like you don't have all these like extra, whatever. You can use your abilities, but it will cost you your health to do so, and you don't regen it unless you like eat food and stuff.
the more
I know it's like the food
suspicious
is
and
sausage,
aggressive
but I wonder if the food has to be like very specifically like animal products and stuff.
I don't know. I'm curious about like what systems are in the game. Like, is there a hunting system in the game? Like, I figure like if you're a vampire, there should be a hunting system in the game. You know?
Yeah.
they'll become. So when you play the game yourself, you'll have to decide whether you want to challenge the vampires openly, or lay low until you're ready to strike and surprise them.
It's even bigger than I remembered. And it's grander than before. They're putting in new stained glass. The Knyaz doesn't deny the old faith.
Out of my face.
This is the rich district of the city, Silberkreis. There's also Altermarkt, Neustadt, and the Middens. Each of the boroughs has its own feel and character.
Get your stinking arse
I like
out of
that there's
here.
less like constant populace running around. The way that there is in like The Witcher.
Mhm.
Where anywhere you go, it's like there's way more people than there are houses. It's like what the fuck? Where do all those people fucking live, dude?
Yeah, like when I go outside in my neighborhood, like if I go out and I walk the dog around the block, I'll maybe see like 3 people. You know?
Yeah.
Whereas in
In
The Witcher,
like no matter what town you
everybody's
go to, there's,
outside.
like, everybody's like walking around town.
yeah, everybody's
Always.
outside. It's like what the fuck?
Yeah, it's really fucking bizarre.
I
And
don't
like
know.
it's not just everybody's outside, but it's just like everybody's outside. And like it's like there's more people than there are houses. Anywhere you go in The Witcher, there's like an
Well,
obscene amount of people walking around.
Well, the thing, like when it comes to like the way cities are, and like how like when people go outside, when people leave their homes and stuff like that, like they tend to gather in places outside their homes. So you get like nexuses of highly populated areas. Then everywhere else is sparse, you know. Whereas in like games like The Witcher, and I know what they did this. They were trying to like we have access to these like putting large crowds in our games now, so we're gonna fucking do it, you know. You know, which I understand that, but like it needs to make sense. This is actually what I love about Red Dead Redemption 2 is that every single citizen or like NPC in that game, like if you could pick literally any person that you see in that game, and you can literally just follow them around, and they have like a set of tasks that they do all day. Like they all have assignments. Like they all have a place to live, a place to sleep. They all have a job. they all relax in their own ways and do their own like little different cycles and stuff like that. Every single NPC in that game does that.
She keeps going, just like right by
Sorry, Pith was complaining to friend, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. She's in the background. Yeah, go on.
I got tired and sat down and started begging.
Looming high over the city is Brancis's castle, Greifberg. He took it over when he slaughtered the human ruler of the valley, Skender, as shown in the trailer we shared with you earlier in January this year. In order to complete the main quest and save your family, you'll have to storm the castle, alone or with help of friendly NPCs. We could do it right now if we wanted, but it would be super challenging.
I wonder, does the whole
So
game
that's what the
take
time
place-
limit is for. It's basically like you have this much time to prepare to save your family.
Right, which is like, that's like the goal of the whole game though, isn't it? I mean, I guess we don't know yet because it's still like a long ways out, but yeah, I'm just really curious about what how time passes in the game.
Yeah, and how it's gonna affect the story.
Yeah.
For you, my friend, go home.
Oh, let me. I just want to. Oh, let me in.
You made a mess, and it's not that kind of inn.
Let's check the map. The cathedral is really close. There's plenty of other places to see and things to do here. A couple of inns, a medic, a blacksmith.
Like a drawn map, which I think is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than being like a geographical map, it's like it almost looks like a hand drawn map.
Yeah, I kind of
this
wish
is-
that the
I think it's
icons
really
were
cool.
like hand drawn too. Like, if you actually,
I'm glad that they aren't. I'm glad they aren't. I'll tell you why. There's mods for exactly this in Skyrim, and when you have hand drawn icons on top of a hand drawn map, they're really hard to see.
I guess that's
So-
true. I don't
I'm
know.
pretty content with it.
I'm gonna go back to Red Dead Redemption 2, which does have these kinds of icons in it. Don't get me wrong, but there are like a lot of parts of it, like hunting and plant gathering and points of interest and stuff like that. They're all like hand drawn onto the map,
Yeah.
like as you discover them and stuff like that. And it doesn't get in the way, and I think it's easy enough to read. And it's also what it does is like it writes it in like it writes it in the empty space. Like, I don't know, it feels like a real map that you're actually like drawing on and stuff like that and noting as you would in the real if it were real, which I think is cool. But it
the
also
problem
has
is
these
also
it also has these icons though. You know, Red Dead also has these kinds of
Yeah.
icons. So I think there could be room for both.
An
Yeah,
armorer.
maybe.
Red Dead has become like a standard for me in a lot of regards after this recent playthrough. I finished it.
That's fair.
I finished it on stream yesterday, so it's like fresh in my
Fuck
mind.
And other merchants.
Oh, fucking hell.
You can see that not only the vampires came out of the shadows. This creature on the right is called an Uriash. Look around, especially at night, and you'll learn humans have lots to fear, not just the vampires.
That's cool.
And here we can see guards pounding on some poor guy's doors.
What is it about? Singing songs that mocked him and the faith.
I have a feel. I'm curious about how much of this is like dynamically and contextually done, or how much of this is like vertically sliced, set up specifically for this demonstration. You know?
Yeah.
Like how many of these unique events are going to happen as we're walking through the town? I don't know.
Who told you this nonsense? Was it Livia?
It's just one of many different community scenes we're implementing in the game. Watch them closely when you play, as they might point you to new quests and hidden treasures, or signal changes in the game's world.
Once again, I humbly beg of thee.
I humbly...
Ouch!
I don't want to say it, Mum.
It's a prayer. It's what we have to say. Go on.
I humbly beg of thee, protect
Damn, that looks cool.
Okay, we are at the cathedral.
Now that is a fucking gothic cathedral right there. Damn.
Yep.
That looks great.
Cathedral gates. Again, since Cohen isn't yet wanted by the vampire regime, and it's daytime, we can simply walk inside.
The baptism of a newborn is a solemn moment, doubly so. A new life joins our flock, bringing happiness to its parents and to the congregation. Natus ex sanguine est, alitur sanguine, et in sanguine morietur. Ego te baptizo in nomine Dei.
It's a blood baptism. Baptizo sanguino? That's like blood baptizing. Interesting. It's like, they're obviously like, because this is a fully fantasy world, but they're pulling like straight up Catholicism into it. That's interesting.
Yep.
Amen. Don't I know you from somewhere, young man? Laslia, maybe?
I'm sorry, but you must be mistaken.
Am I? Perhaps. Perhaps. My memory isn't what it used to be. Come with me. I'll take your confession.
Thank you, but I have no need for confession.
Ah. So you deem your conscience clear?
I wouldn't go that far. But I'm sure you're a busy man, Father. So while I appreciate the offer, I feel that my soul shouldn't be your priority.
I won't press the matter. You are quite correct. I have many other duties to attend to.
I like how the priest is like,
but please
yep, I couldn't give a shit.
remember that in order to be saved, we all need to repent. Myself included. I hope we can speak again soon. Good day to you, Cohen.
He definitely remembered you.
Yeah.
What we saw right here was just one of many cutscenes we recorded for the game, which smoothly transitioned into a dialogue scene. We use cutscenes to highlight key...
I mean, except for the fade to black.
Yeah.
scenes or showcase interesting bits of lore. Like this blood baptism. Creepy, isn't it? The core feature of the Blood of Dawnwalker is the dual gameplay loop. Remember, Cohen may be a human during the day, but he turns into a vampire at night and has a different set of skills at his disposal. And this is just one variable that affects our quests. Depending on when you tackle a particular quest, what choices you've made earlier, whom you befriended, or whom you've angered, your gameplay and story experience will be very, very different. So each quest is a complex structure with multiple possible paths leading to the end goal. We maximize players' freedom and agency, offering you a narrative sandbox to play in.
I love
I
that.
wonder
I love
what
that.
secrets may be concealed up there, just beyond Cohen's reach. And how do we get there? It's impossible to do during the day, but come night, it's an entirely different story. Let us explain what we mean by taking our current quest as an example. During the day, we got inside the cathedral without any problems, since it's open for all to see and Cohen doesn't yet stand out from the crowd. The scaffolds, though, are outside of his reach. But climbing them won't be a problem for the vampire, who has many more exploration abilities at his disposal. Bear in mind...
I did notice that the time didn't change at all during that whole first segment. Well, I guess the date, so which makes sense because if like it really is like you have 3 weeks for the whole game, if rescue your family is like the ultimate objective of the game, that the night cycle should be nice and long.
Yeah.
But it also makes sense though because that means like you have limited times and usages of being a vampire. So like make the time count. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Has not completed the quest yet. What's more, there are still a few clues to be found in order to solve this story. It's worth mentioning that narrative sandbox also means that we may completely abandon this quest and follow a different path to defeat Brensis. For today, we're focusing on the gameplay part, so let's see how we could tackle this particular quest during the night. We're starting right after dusk as a
like Roman vampire, I believe. The leader.
What?
Francis, the vampire? He's Roman.
Oh, yeah. He's like he was the politician turned soldier, or soldier turned politician. Yeah. He's like the leader.
Yeah.
Empire on the rooftops of Svatro. Right now, we have 22 days left to complete this goal. This counter is always displayed and you will be warned each time it's pushed forward. So you have to be aware of the time, and it's more of a resource you'll be spending than a racing clock.
Interesting.
As a vampire, you'll see an experience.
It progresses the time, I wonder?
Right, that's what it is. Like certain actions and activities or milestones are what advances the time. So that means it's not like a real-time thing. Interesting. So like that means that like they're probably going to give you more things than you could possibly do in the time allotted, which means you got to pick and choose like what you actually want to do.
That's cool.
That's cool.
Experience the world from a different perspective.
Also extremely good gimmick for multiple playthroughs.
Yeah.
You can travel quickly and easily access places beyond the reach of regular humans. Let us show you what we mean. This is Shadow Step, a unique vampiric ability allowing Cohen to jump to almost any place within his reach. Now, let's take a good look around using the focus mode.
Ooh, that's taken straight out of fucking
This ability
vampire.
highlights objects of interest and loot. And there is something right here. This time, it's just some items to grab, but on other occasions, who knows, you might come across a hidden quest. Looks like our health is quite low. This is because, as a vampire, your health bar also represents your hunger level, and you start...
You can teleport mid-jump. That's awesome.
Each night,
Also,
thirsting for blood.
Yeah, so you said that your health also represents your hunger level.
Right. That means it's constantly depleting.
Remember, you have to...
Well, if he's constantly well, I would assume that he loses health, which makes him more and more hungry, right? Isn't that like an inverse relationship? Like he needs more blood to replenish.
Quench this appetite in order to make full use of your vampire abilities, and rein in your monstrous nature around NPCs. Otherwise, you may end up draining someone important, which may lead to unpredictable consequences. We'd better feed them.
Yeah, vampire.
Maybe on someone who is standing all alone. Like this drunkard. Let's grab him and use Voracious Bite ability. Unless you lose control due to hunger, you get to decide how much blood to drink. You can drain just a bit and knock your victim unconscious, or go all the way and kill them. And if you're adamant you don't want to hurt innocent humans, you can drink from animals and some other creatures.
Okay, so you can, there is some hunting.
That's cool.
Finally, we are at the cathedral, but it seems to be closed for the night, and the entrance gate is well guarded. Let's find another way in.
But the scaffolding, bro, the scaffolding. Is there like a curfew system? So like the guards, like they see anyone outside after a certain time, they're like, "Hey, what the fuck you doing outside?"
Shadow Step is not the only vampiric ability you're gonna learn during your playthrough. Cohen can also use Plane Shift to scale walls and even ceilings smoothly.
Whoa!
This will allow us to explore every nook and cranny of the cathedral.
Whoa.
Blood to blood.
Better be quiet.
You shall become Kenya's prince.
Is that voyeurist Xanthi? What the hell is she doing here? What is she doing? Is that a ritual for the blood gods?
You shall want for nothing.
They're covering up the old paintings. Why? One of the workers must have left it. Seems that the cathedral complex is quite big. The main building, cloisters, inner courtyard. The entrance to the crypt could be anywhere. Won't get anything done just standing around. Still.
This was a scene investigation, a mechanic we used to zoom in on and showcase key clues. This time we had a chance to learn more about the vampire's plans. Looks like they're keen to cover up the old frescoes, so that's something we could take a look at. This way we could learn more about the cathedral's past. Looks like we aren't alone.
Xanthi's like a super old
Underneath
vampire.
Hmm?
Isn't she? Isn't Xanthi like a super old vampire?
Yeah, yeah. She's the one who's like from like ancient times or like Egypt, right? She's like an Egyptian priestess or whatever.
There's a group of blood guards, soldiers hooked up on vampire blood, which makes them stronger. And one of Brances's vampire allies. It's Xanthi, the oldest vampire in Vale Sangora, and quite a powerful lady. Let's descend and check what's going on.
Don't think I don't see you skulking in the shadows. Come out. You're interfering with my task.
She's like a mummy.
Who are you?
It doesn't matter.
Very well. I don't have time for interruptions. Let us dispose of him. Quickly. You've withstood it. Fascinating.
Cohen is using his claws to attack when in vampire form. Blood guards are dual-wielding opponents. Their attacks are pretty strong. Of course, even when fighting with claws, combat is still directional. Don't worry, Cohen can still use his sword as a vampire.
You haven't lived long.
Only after defeating all three of the blood guards, Xanthi deems Cohen worthy of a challenge, and she descends to face him. She uses her blood control powers to cast a multitude of attacks, like her blood whips, that hit Cohen from left and right. Xanthi is protected by a powerful vampire ability. Once her stamina runs out, Cohen will have an opportunity to strike and deal some damage. But be careful, cause Xanthi is quick to counterattack and she will also try to restore her blood. Meanwhile, look at the indicator just below her health and stamina. It's a timer for the boiling blood skill that you've seen in the CGI trailer. So, if we don't hurry, the timer goes down to 0 and Cohen will eventually explode.
Oh shit!
And we're dead.
Holy
Remember,
fuck!
we were only mid-game here, and Xanthi is one of the game's most punishing enemies. Defeating her right here and right now is very much possible, but it would be hellishly difficult. A fun challenge for hardcore players.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Bear, and then we exploded, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Bear on that one too. I was like, nothing about that fight particularly impressed me. I was like, this seemed like pretty,
Yeah.
very basic kind of fighting.
Otherwise, we could load the game and explore the cathedral without drawing her attention. Or try to get...
I mean, honestly, and besides like the directional attacks of the swordplay, I haven't really seen anything particularly innovative, to be honest.
No.
I really like the world, though.
Yeah.
To her while she's not surrounded by bodyguards. Xanthi, like all other vampire allies, has her own questline. Explore it, and you can learn more about her past, motivations, and maybe even try to reason with her. What you do is entirely up to you. Remember, our design principle is the narrative sandbox. There is no difference between main quests and side quests. There's just different stories that you weave together into your own unique adventure. But
like
that's coming in 2026.
It's a very D&D way to look into it.
Yeah,
Or a very D&D way to try to do it.
I was going to say, like, the least impressive thing to me of this whole thing was the combat.
Yeah.
That was the only thing I was just like, everything else was like, I like the idea of like the narrative sandbox and like how I like the idea of using time as a resource and not as a timer, as a countdown. It's like,
yeah,
you do certain things that, different things advance the clock in by different amounts depending on what you do. I do like that because that adds like, it's almost like Persona in that regard. Because Persona like is very much that way too. How like you have to like kind of pick and choose like what you do in the morning, afternoon, and evening of every day and stuff like that to develop your characters and things like that. And you, like I said, like everything you do costs you like a time slot. So it's not like a countdown. It's just a time resource mechanic, which I like.
Yeah.
So
I like that too. All right, before we do close of the week, I need the bathroom.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Satanic creatures need to get capped. Combat completely turned me off of this game. I mean, well, I don't know. We'll see. Like, again, I wasn't super impressed by the combat either, but I don't know. I'm not, like, writing the game off at all. Again, there's other aspects of the game that, like, honestly, the combat was, like I said, it was, like, the least impressive part of the whole presentation. Everything else was fine to good. So, we'll see. We shall see. Everything else look cool. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. Like, the world is cool. And I like the idea of just, like, you're not going to be able to do everything in the game in every playthrough. Like, you basically have to, like, weave your way around and use the time that you have to do what you want to do, but kind of have to pick and choose, and whenever you pick one thing, you sacrifice the other, or all the others. I like that, because that lays room for, like, multiple, discovery via multiple playthroughs. I'm curious what the other vampire stuff was, because I don't know, Wolverine mode and the most basic of vampire things possible, which is, traversal, teleporting, and drinking blood. It's like, okay, yeah, that's standard. That's okay. You got the standard. Good job. Wolverine mode isn't enough to sell me. Like, I want to see more of what the vampire mode has to offer. Like, and I'm also curious what all of the, because you see it here in the still frame, all of the runes and stuff that are like carved into his arm, like the blood tattoos or whatever. Like, what do those do? Like, I'm curious what that's all about. So, if it's too much like The Witcher, you're not going to enjoy it. Well, it's made by ex-Witcher devs, so it's gonna have some Witcher vibes. Like, there's not going to be any. It's going to be hard to get that out. They were trying animating the combat. Yeah, it did seem like whatever he would parry. Go back to this fight here. Like, you watch him parry.
One is using his claws to attack when in vampire form.
Like, there's frame skips in there. You know?
Blood guards are dual-wielding opponents. Their attacks are pretty strong. Of course, even when fighting with claws, combat is still directional.
Yeah, but it just looks like you're flailing.
Don't worry, Cohen can still use his sword as a vampire.
You haven't lived long.
Only after defeating all three of the blood guards, Xanthi deems Cohen worthy of a challenge.
Yeah, that looked boring, to be frank. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's one of the things I did like about The Witcher, especially like when it came to combat against like the monster hunts, I guess you can call it, is that like they always required like a significant amount of preparation, which I liked, because it meant that you had to like really focus on what you were doing, and like actually you couldn't just like run into. I mean, you could, but you know the game really encourages you to like actually prepare for a fight the right way, which I like. But Xanthi, the Dark Mistress. I'm actually curious too, because like the trailer made it look like these vampires are your allies. So like, because they convert you into one of them. So why are we fighting Xanthi? I don't know. Curious about how that works. Like, what's the relationship between Cohen and the rest of the vampires? But I don't know. We'll see. Like, the combat needs to be... We need to see more of it. We need to see more of it. Like, I need to see, like, something special. Because right now, it's very standard fare. Same feeling? Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you guys. For Honor, combat is lame. I've never played For Honor. I saw trailers for it, and I was like, eh. Never looked interesting. Reminds me of Legacy of Kain. I guess I could see that, kinda. Anybody play those Legacy? Did they just remaster Legacy of Kain? Remember? I think they did. I enjoy For Honor, but it's incredibly sweaty. I have never played it. I actually think I own it too, because I think it was like on a PlayStation Plus promo or whatever. So they were just giving it away for free. So I think I got it at that point, and I never even installed it. I was like, I'll stick it in the library, I guess, but I have no plan on actually playing it. But if you're gonna give me free games, I'll take them. You know, it needs more cowbell. I need to get my clips of the week set up. I actually don't know how many I have this week, when I think about it. Let me see here. Okay, there's a good one. What else do I have? Of the week. There we go. Yeah, I don't really have a lot this week, actually. Yeah, I just got a couple. Yeah, it is what it is. It's fine. We've been going for 4 hours now, so we need to wrap up pretty soon here. Man, did she fall in?
I'm back.
Look back. I only got 2 clips of the week. I actually only had 1 to begin with, but chat inspired me to find a second one.
Yeah?
Yeah, so I only got 2 for you this week.
Okay.
The first one of mine, yeah, and go ahead and link me yours.
I'll be real with you. I don't have one. I deleted Twitter.
Oh, that's right. You got rid of Twitter.
I didn't even think about this, but yeah, I don't have one.
I know that Pathos sent me something. A few things. So.
Are these the missiles for Iran?
There. Where is it? There it is. So there's this. Pathos sent me this.
Dogs were good again this week. Here are my top 5. At number 5, we have Gus.
Ah, yes. Dogs being good again. Nice to see some people's dogs are being good.
What's Gus doing?
Gus is being a human.
Yeah.
His motives remain unknown. At number 4, we have Bert. He is rather upset with
Just sits in a chair at the end.
It's really hot. Yep, the heat index is 109.
As far as he knows, you're the one that controls that. At number 3, we have Gomez. I didn't think a grooming situation would make the list so soon after Louis, but here we are. He looks like Will Ferrell. At number 2, we have Jackson. 16 months ago, Jackson and his human Troy were... Didn't think a grooming situation would make the list so soon after Louis, but here we are.
So they left like the top on, I guess. What a weird fail.
He looks like Will Ferrell. At number 2, we have Jackson.
No,
16 months
that's
ago,
pretty normal. That's how they normally cut poodles. A lot of people do that for
looks
poodles.
like Will Ferrell. At number
Really? Okay.
2, we have Jackson. 16 months ago, Jackson and his human Troy were separated when Troy was arrested. During that time, Jackson turned up at the same pet project 7 times. The most recent being this week when he got picked up as a stray. This happened just 1 day after Troy was released. He drove right to the shelter.
The last 16 months I've been locked up. And
Are you excited to see him?
I am. I guess you are. And I mean, he's my baby, you know.
Aww.
Oh, he's so
Jackson
happy.
is finally back where he belongs. Before we get to our number 1 dog of the week, this
Read a
This
burger
episode
again.
is sponsored by Thundershirt. The Thundershirt is a vest that applies gentle, constant pressure to help calm your dog's anxiety and fear, similar to swaddling a baby. It's vet recommended and already used by millions of dogs. With 4th of July around the corner, we strongly encourage adding it to your dog's defense against fireworks. You can get a Thundershirt for 25% off through the link in our bio. Or if you need it as soon as possible, you can try Amazon, Chewy, or your local pet store. Our number 1 dog of the week is Radley. She is terrified of stairs and always requests to be carried outside. Well, this week, after lots of patience and a decent amount of treats, she conquered them.
Oh. Finally conquered stairs. Okay. That's Patho's top 5. I swear, I'm just going to give Patho a wholesome pet segment every show. My other one. Let me do the one that was inspired by chat first. What window? Which was a squirrel getting drunk off of pears. So this is a squirrel. Is doing is that getting drunk off of fermented pears.
Huh.
It snaps back into attention. It's just. It looks like it's getting abducted by aliens, and then it like snaps into reality. Uh-oh. Going into a trance. Okay. That's a squirrel getting drunk off of pears.
I sent you something.
Sent me something? Okay, we'll do that one
I
first.
found something.
See here.
Today.
Oh God.
Someone opened up Gemini today and said, I want to see a talking narwhal. And you know what? I am very glad they did that.
Someone even prompted me to have a cute Aussie accent and say cute Aussie slang. Like, "G'day, mate. Want to get some brekkie?"
Can you believe it, honey? Someone generated us to be on a cruise.
Hashtag best life.
I got the giggles.
Someone.
Oh my God. Again, the only legitimate use of AI is this kind of stuff.
It's fucking great, dude.
Just make your own entertainment. And then I found this, which I thought was hilarious. This is mastering self-defense. This is mastering.
This is also funny.
Rose out the stone all alone with no cry. Chosen to roam every road to get mine. Rose out the stone all alone with no cry. Chosen to roam the globe. I gotta get mine.
Fucking gangster grandma.
Yeah, I think they showed me that on the drive from or in Georgia.
By the way, do not attempt to do this. First of all, he's doing this wrong. Because when he spins, he either stays at the same place or he even backs away from her. Which, if there's somebody holding a gun, first of all, they're not that far away. They're right up on top of you. If somebody, like, does anything, they have to do it. They have to basically spin their body and slap the gun off so it is offline with their body, and do all of that before the person holding the gun can react and flex their trigger finger. This takes a fuck ton of practice to be able to pull off in any kind of competent level, and even then, I highly suggest you do not do it. You will probably get yourself killed doing this shit. But if you're gonna do this, you want to actually lean back. You want to kind of fall into the gun as you're turning and try to flip it away, because they're going to naturally react by retracting the gun away from you. And if you stay in the same spot and do the spin, they're just going to pull the gun away and shoot you. You have to almost kind of like have your momentum going backward into it to be able to actually maintain contact with their arm and properly spin it away.
Chosen to roam every road to get mine. Rose out the stone all alone with no cry. Chosen to roam the globe. I gotta
So good. And honestly, the only way that you should do this is that you know that they're going to kill you. Typically, the only time that they're going to do this kind of shit, and the only time that would warrant this, like trying to pull this move off, is basically if they're ordering you to get into like a van, some kind of vehicle or something like that.
Yeah.
At that point, you're basically dead either way, so you might as well try. And this is the only time you're going to have to be able to try. So good luck. Good luck out there. I know, because I've trained this. I've trained this a lot, and I always say, like, this is the absolute last resort. You're gonna die either way, so you might as well give it a shot right now, pun intended. So now what they usually do is like, if they're right-handed, then the gun will be on your right side, right? And if they're left-handed, then they'll hold it in their left hand. It'll generally, they typically will put it on the dominant side for them. So when they put the gun against you, you'll be able to, you actually know where it is. You know what their dominant side is. You typically, so if they put, let's say that they're right-handed and they put the gun kind of off to the right side of your torso, then you want to spin with your left hand, because they'll have an ever so slightly longer reaction time, because the motion starts on their non-dominant side. Their brain will process it like maybe 10 milliseconds slower. And once you have your arm at the gun, because that's the thing, like, you want the gun to travel the least amount of distance possible to get it off your body. So if it's off to the right, you don't want it to travel across your spine to the other side and then off to the side. You want it to just travel off to the side. So you want to spin with your left side and hit it away, and hope to God that they don't react fast enough to pull the trigger. Because they're going to pull the trigger. You better just hope to God. And that's the thing. It's like, you'd rather get hit on the side. You don't want to sweep it across your spine, because that's about when they're going to be able to react and pull the trigger, and you're probably just going to get yourself shot in the spine. Whereas if you go the other way and you get shot, at least you're not getting shot in the spine. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a really bad place to be in no matter what. So I'm being told I need to check my Discord. Okay, let me put this up. This is submitted by eBear.
Credit score is just too low for the Hellcat.
Bitch, a 350 the highest of any bitch I know out in these streets, on God. Y'all some racist mother. Honey, you get your ass over here. We finna have to teach these pigs a lesson on period. Telling me.
What is a Hellcat?
It's a car.
Okay.
A tree fitted credit score ain't shit. Fuck out of here.
I'm 100. Shit, who the hell parked like that?
God, this fucking stream is dead.
Yep, that just killed it.
Yeah,
Everything's going great.
Tell him.
God damn it, Bear. We were doing so good with the positivity stream.
Yeah,
And we got all these N-words getting dropped.
My baby mama, a tree fitted credit score ain't good enough for a Hellcat. Either she drives out of here in a Hellcat, or I'm finna have to air this bitch out.
And that's on period.
Bitch, you seeing what I'm seeing?
Baby, I've been seeing that. Let's go.
What are they?
Fried chicken.
Fuck, nah, those pigs played us.
I done knew it was too good to be true.
They lured him with fried chicken.
You're a genius, Tom.
They just put a trail of fried chicken outside. Okay, that was funny. Oh gosh, maybe it wasn't the hard R, so maybe we'll be okay. Maybe. All right.
But
well,
yeah, I thought that is it's a Charger, Dodge Charger.
Oh, okay. Good to know. All right. Well, that's all I have. That's all we got for you tonight, chat. I think.
Wait, no, I sent you some stuff. I sent you some stuff.
Oh, you did?
I sure did.
Oh, you sent me more. Oh my God, you have more.
I did. I sent you some.
Okay, hang on. Oh, you sent me the Night Ring clip. Nice. You do that one first.
Oh, this last one I just sent is crazy. Oh!
You just gave him a little kiss. There's so many good memes that have come out of this game. What the hell am I watching?
This shit's crazy. Wait, you're not playing on stream.
What? Oh.
There's no video.
Oops, sorry. Let me restart it. Okay, so he's trying to like maneuver this thing through this super narrow corridor up here. Okay. Oh my god. What the hell?
Lots of rockets on the end. Now keep like the speed going.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He just gets that fucking
crazy, dude.
Look at that fucking nonchalant thumbs up. He's like, yep, just another fucking day. Damn, dude.
That's fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, those fucking wheels, like you see that thing he has, if you go back, you see his arm fucking shaking when he's doing that fucking yeah. So
oh, it mimics
really, really
like
high
tire
end. Just click on. You see his arms like shaking. Not now, but like at the very, very beginning. Like go to like the very beginning. Like right there.
Oh yeah, look
See
at
that?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, those wheels, like the really, really high end wheels for sim racing, they come with like emergency stop buttons. The way that like large like equipment use has, because they can fucking take your arm off.
Oh wow, they just produce that much torque.
Yeah. Because they're meant to simulate torque, but obviously they're going off of like in-game stats. If the game glitches and it simulates way more torque than you're supposed to, that shit will just it will start fucking spinning, going crazy.
Oh, that's wild. So it has an emergency like.
Yep. The really, really high end like rigs will come with like emergency like stop buttons where you can just slam it and it'll just basically disconnect the wheel from the game, so it'll just go limp. But I found out about this because I actually have a friend. I actually met him through GameStop. Guy's got a crazy life story. He used to be a videographer for like a big like television like novela like company. And then he basically like quit that after he like had like an issue with like a relationship with like some like one of like a very, very famous woman. And so he like left that whole world. He got into like freelance photography and then he started doing other things. But he like pretty well off, so he was just kind of like taking a break during COVID. And he was like, I need something to entertain myself, so he got into video games. And he got himself in like he kept bouncing through like different games until eventually he like ended up with like getting really into like sim racing. Like to the point where like he started like sim racing with like people that actually do like
racing,
like Formula 1. Like doing like esports teams with like actual Formula 1 racers. And shit like that. It was crazy. But he got like really invested into that whole world, and he built this huge setup. It's like massive fucking setup. And I remember like he showed it to me because like I stopped by his house one day. I was pretty close to this guy, and he was like my work dad. He gave me lots of good life advice. But like he gave me some bad life advice too, I feel. But no one's perfect. But yeah, he showed me his setup, and it was pretty cool. It's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, these people who get into this like sim racing stuff and these rigs,
I can't do this.
Yeah, they spend so much money on these fucking rigs, on these simulation rigs.
It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, we're talking like five figures.
Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, he showed it to me. He had like this super crazy like water cooled PC that was connected to the actual because you have to build the whole thing on like a brace. Right? Because the wheel and like all this stuff produces so much like torque and shit that
there's
if you
so
don't
much mechanical
build it properly,
power of it. Yeah,
it'll break itself apart. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. He had me try it. He was like, if you feel anything's off, you hit this button. I was like, okay. And right off the bat, I didn't like it. I think my biggest problem, I'm pretty good at driving IRL. My biggest problem with sim racing is that you don't get to feel the actual momentum of it, obviously. So
Right.
you don't get a good sense of how fast you're going naturally. You really have to pay attention to like the speedometer. Because there's no natural feel for speed the way that there is when you're driving a car in real life. Anyone who's driven a car any faster than like 60 miles per hour knows what I'm talking about. But
Yeah, like-
you can feel it when you're going fast.
Yeah, the only way to do that is like the magic motion machines they have at theme parks. You know, which
Yeah,
like the way
exactly.
they simulate acceleration is they kind of will jolt you forward, but then they'll tilt the machine up so it kind of the gravity pulls you back into the seat. So that kind of
Yeah.
mimics acceleration, and then when you decelerate, to make you feel like you're kind of getting thrown forward, is they'll tilt the machine down. You know,
Yeah.
that's the only way to do it though, like in a stationary setting. So
Yeah, exactly. Like there has to be some sort of like there's ways to do it as well as like using like wind and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
it's just like it's you need to have like a whole like fucking like Disney World fucking
Yeah.
setup for that, right? Something like Universal Studios type shit for that.
I've seen setups like in
But yeah,
malls that can sit like 6 people in them, and they're like these magic motion machine
Yeah.
pods that they set up in malls. Yeah, the old Mills Mall back in Denver had a magic motion machine in it, and it could fit like
That's
6 people.
cool.
It could fit like 6 people in it. Yeah. So
Yeah, I've only experienced that like Universal.
yeah, that's where people don't really. Yeah, that's where I've seen it too. Is at theme parks, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
As Silent says, sent me something as well. Let me here. Navy shows off nice defense move. Oh god, here we go. What is this?
Just Special Forces Navy SEAL Ranger here to show you a couple knife defenses. One in particular. Now, I'm just gonna go full speed on this. So pay attention and hope you learn something.
He's gonna run away. Yep. He's 100% right about that. He was 100% right. If you have the ability to and the space to run away, fucking do it. Like, gotta think, like, even if you like, even the most well-trained person is gonna bleed in a knife fight. Like, it's just guaranteed. You are going to bleed.
There's lots of self-defense YouTubers that I follow that like did like little like tests where basically had someone play like the knifer. Well, they wore like a white shirt, and the person with the knife just has like a pen. And so basically, for every time they mark you, it's a stab.
Yeah, I've seen like practice knives that actually have like an edge that has ink in it, so like when it slashes, it leaves like a mark behind. So
I suppose that works too. But yeah, like so they're doing it with pens. So all you do is just poke it to them, right?
Mhm.
And it's just like, yeah, dude, there's no.
there's no way you're not gonna bleed.
No.
So,
The winner of a knife fight dies in the ambulance.
I mean, yeah. I mean, well, that's the thing. Like,
I've gone to a knife fight before.
I think if the thing about, I would say you're gonna bleed a lot. You're gonna bleed. You're not necessarily gonna die. Like, you have to like get knife strikes, kind of if you can get them in like a nerve cluster or like where like a main artery is, like neck, in the armpit, inner thigh. God forbid you get him in the fucking gooch. Which they did in one of the John Wick movies. I can't remember which one, but he stabs a dude like right like between like the butthole and the balls in that movie. And I was like, oh god, that's a guaranteed. He's guaranteed gonna bleed out like in a minute. He'll be dead so fast. Or if you can like manage to get like, if you can get a knife, if first of all it needs to be like a solid like 6-inch knife. If it's just a little pocket knife, no. But if you're dealing with something like a full size like fucking combat knife, then they would have to like get the knife into your ribs. They'll have to get the blade sideways so it can actually get between the ribs. It has to be between a certain like ideally the 3rd and 4th rib, and then maybe you can puncture a lung. If you can like that Carmelo Anthony thing, where he managed to stab somebody through the chest and stab him in the heart. That is extremely difficult to do.
By the way, speaking of, did you hear that apparently? Hold on, let me find it.
Eyes, yeah, kidneys, yeah. That's the thing. Like, but the thing is, like, typically when people
he was
get
officially granted indigent status, meaning he is officially recognized as broke and unable to afford legal representation.
Oh yeah, he blew all of his charity money, all the GoFundMe shit. Yeah, he blew it.
Yep.
And he's in big trouble now, actually, for that. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like people when they get in knife fights, though, they don't typically. People generally just kind of like if you've watched it, and if you've ever actually watched a knife fight, they basically do these little knife flicks, these little flicky motions. They typically will only get into like your extremities, like your arms, but they try to keep their distance. They try to do these little snippy, like I gotta catch you, and then they hop away. You know, they really maintain their distance. It's really difficult to get up on somebody in a knife fight because people are like so like adamant about keeping their distance away from that knife. Knife fights do not go the way that they're trained in self-defense classes. They just don't. I've done it. I've done it enough to know that like 90% of what they teach you in knife, it's fun. It's fun to have like a skill, but in real life, what this guy just did, that's the real solution. You know. Or if he says give me your wallet, you just give him your wallet. That's the real solution. Like there's no dignity in an alleyway. There's no dignity in a mugging, you know? And most of nice self-defense stuff, well, you know, even if you're competent with it, have fun with that adrenaline dump in your system. You're doing it with an adrenaline dump, an actual fight or flight response, etc., etc. You know, good luck. Okay, so that's what you sent me, and then you sent me one last one. Which is about this is Saba's debut. Oh wait, was it? Yeah, that's Saba.
Yep.
It? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, there's no sound. My sound. Oh wait, there is sound.
No.
Is that real? The QR code on her ID, on the fish on her ID, actually goes somewhere, and it goes to the brain aneurysm part me. That is amazing. That's funny.
Apparently, she received a boatload of supers.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure she probably made 5 figures tonight on that debut.
Yeah, I saw that. I found this meme.
Or at least a few thousand. Who knows how much she made?
Hold on. I can tell you how much she made. I want you to open this meme, and then I want you to look at the first comment.
Okay, hang on. Time for Saba posting for the next 24 hours. See you guys on the other side. Saba, after making the entire GDP of Canada in the first 10 minutes of her debut stream. She made like $55,000 during her debut.
Apparently, hold on. Super chats weren't enabled.
So it was just people buying memberships.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. That's crazy. I think she had like, I think her Saba account has like 500,000 or 600,000 subscribers. I think something like that. It's probably close to 1 million now.
She had 200,000 people watching.
Yeah, I think it peaked at just over 200K. So fuck, dude. Can you imagine making that? I mean, that's more than the average annual salary in America. She made in her one stream. Now, granted, that's a special stream.
The first 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Yeah, I saw it too. Like her chat was going so fast that it was like a literal blur. Like you couldn't read a single comment because it was going so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fuck, dude. I mean, she's the most popular EN streamer in the world. I mean, so it makes sense. You know, VTubing follows the 80-20 rule just like everything else. You know, 20% of the VTubers have 80% of the audience captured. And remaining 80% are fighting for the remaining 20%. So that's just the way it is. All right.
Crazy, dude.
Yeah. All right.
We out of here?
I think we're out of here. I think we can just head out because we already said what we're doing next week. So we're basically streaming Monday. I'm streaming Monday through Wednesday. And then I'm going to be off collabing with Jeannie through the weekend, starting Thursday. Well, really starting Friday because I'm not going to stream Thursday.
Yep.
Then
I think there's some stuff for us to do while Hamzan's here. We can maybe do some fun off collabs.
Yeah, off collabs. Yeah, I'm gonna.
I'll try to think of something.
Yeah, it'll be fun. We're definitely gonna do an off collab version of this show next week.
Yes. Do you want to send me your model file?
Yeah, I need to do that. I need to send you assets so that we can actually.
Yeah. Good question. Do you want to do that collab just both of us behind my computer, or do you want to maybe host it on my computer and then I'll join you on Pay's computer?
I don't know. Why don't we figure that out on Friday?
Yeah.
I'll take all of my assets and profiles and stick them on a thumb drive. Take it with me. That way I can upload it to your computer and then we can do the show that way.
Okay.
So.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Okay, chat. See ya on the next one.
See ya, chat. Don't forget to go fuck yourselves. Healthy.